The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? God of light, shine on us this day. Bring clarity into this dark world and illumine the path that will lead us through the challenges we face and the difficulties we discover on our way. May we reflect your light in our dealings with each other. May we find ways to brighten the lives of those whom we encounter and take the time to reveal with a kind word or a helpful gesture the love that comes from you. Indeed, O God, this Congress serves like a city on a hill. Nothing they do can be hidden. All eyes are upon them. Let that vulnerability be a source of awareness of our dependence on you. Let that visibility be a source of hope for the nation. Then let our light, our devotion, our dedication, our purest motives, and our noblest intentions shine before others, that you would be glorified. In the light of your mercy and in the strength of your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams.
Please join me in saying the pledge to the greatest country in the world. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Day's proceeding is approved. The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. Purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Looking for a moment. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to honor People Incorporated, a leading not-for-profit and human service agency in Western New York. This year, People Incorporated is celebrating its 50th year of service to Western New Yorkers with intellectual and developmental disabilities, as well as families and older adults. The agency was founded in 1970 by a small group of parents and professionals to better meet the needs of people with disabilities and their loved ones. Since then, People Incorporated has grown and expanded its services. They currently serve over 10,000 individuals and families every single year. People Incorporated provides access to housing and health care in a safe and welcoming environment. Their innovative services have helped thousands of people across Western New York to live independently. I ask my colleagues to join me in thanking People Incorporated for 50 years of compassionate community care, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. A woman from Iowa seeks recognition for what purpose?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of a mother, grandmother, great-grandmother, small business owner, and a dear friend to many in my hometown of Ottumwa. On October 20th, Doris Wiltz passed away at the age of 93. Born and raised in Ottumwa, Doris was known by many as the one who always went above and beyond for the betterment of the community. As a young widow, she met Carl Wiltz, a small business owner, and also recently widowed with 4 small children, the youngest of which was around 3. They got married, and she went forward to help him conduct 2 small businesses in 2 towns 30 miles apart. And whether it was through serving customers at one of the family's small businesses or volunteering at Ottumwa Regional Health Center, comforting patients and making cookies for the families at McCreary Cancer Center, Doris always loved to put a smile on the face of others. But when asked what her greatest passion in life was, Doris would say her 4 children, 12 grandchildren, and 7 great-grandchildren. Her gentle smile, melodious laugh, and encouragement meant so many and drew people to her, including myself, and I'm honored she considered me a friend. Thank you, Doris, for contributing to our community, and I will keep you, your family, and your loved ones in my prayers. Thank you. I yield back my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Nevada seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute, please, and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today not alone, but on the shoulders of hundreds of advocates and activists leading the fight to fight climate crisis with the urgency it demands. Over the past couple months, I've stood here almost every week calling for bold investments in clean energy infrastructure and climate solutions in the Build Back Better Act. But I know when we pass the bipartisan bill, infrastructure bill, and the Build Back Better Act, it will be because of the efforts of so many advocates. For years, Nevadans from the Nevada Conservation League, the League of Conservation Voters, the Sierra Club, CHISPA, the Environmental Defense Fund, and Battleborn Progress, and so many other hardworking organizations have come together to demand climate action. Now, thanks to your hard work, I'm confident that we will pass historic investment in clean energy infrastructure and the Build Back Better Act for our future. The time to act on climate is now. I yield back the balance of my
And
time.
yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I rise to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, President Biden and the Democrats promised back in March their $1.8 trillion American Rescue Plan would end the pandemic and get us on a path of economic recovery. Well, it was a lie. It's now 8 months later, and neither has been accomplished. What Democrats' failed recovery plan has done is caused the highest inflation rate in decades, worsened the supply chain crisis, and eliminated the incentive to work. Fallen over 1 million jobs short of President Biden and Speaker Pelosi's job guarantees. More lies. On top of failed economic progress, this summer we saw one of the worst surges of COVID since the pandemic started. And now we're witnessing President Biden and Speaker Pelosi pushing for trillions more dollars to deliver their radical socialistic agenda and more lies. Democrats fail to live up to any of the promises they have made to the American people, and the taxpayers have lost total trust and confidence in their pathetic leadership and their lies. In God we trust. I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the President of the United States. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I stand for patients and taxpayers in support of empowering Medicare to negotiate drug prices and to pass on the savings to lower out-of-pocket costs. We must seize this once-in-a-generation opportunity to make healthcare affordable and to promote the development of new cures. Some policymakers have argued that lowering costs and sustaining biomedical R&D are an either-or proposition, that Medicare negotiation for all drugs in Parts B and D must necessarily degrade innovation. I disagree. Cracking down on exploitations of exclusivity with thoughtful policy could turbocharge new therapeutics and lower the price of old ones, with the effect of lowering out-of-pocket costs for patients, promoting high-impact science, and saving the government money that Congress can use to expand health insurance for low-income Americans and senior citizens. That policy is within reach, and I strongly support meaningful Medicare negotiation in the Build Back Better agenda. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
To seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hoke County Sheriff Dr. Hubert Peterkin died unexpectedly last Friday during surgery and from a previously unannounced affliction of cancer. For the people of Hoke County, whom Sheriff Peterkin served in that capacity for 19 years, it has been a devastating shock and loss. I consider it to have been my honor and privilege to have gotten to know him briefly. Sheriff Peterkin wore the badge over 3 decades. His fellow sheriffs elected him vice president and then president of the North Carolina Sheriff's Association. But of course, as sheriff, he maintained not only law and order, but community cohesion in that special way that rural communities throughout my state do so well. His terrific presence earned him many awards and recognitions, including the Order of the Longleaf Pine and the Key to the City of Rayford. Sheriff Peterkin leaves behind his wife and 2 children to cherish his memory, as well as many, many colleagues and friends. The people of Hoke County will miss his leadership, and I join them in lifting up the Peterkin family in prayer. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to the late Jesse Gomez and his lovely wife and good friend of mine, Rose Marie Gomez. Jesse was elected to East Chicago City Councilman in 1963, making him the first person of Hispanic descent to be elected to political office in East Chicago. His time in office opened political doors for the Hispanic community throughout the city and Northwest Indiana. His wife, Rose Marie, was elected to replace him on the council, making her the first Hispanic female to serve in political office in East Chicago. She dedicated much of her time to the East Chicago Public Library, volunteering countless hours to help support readers and future leaders. She also was very proud to help decorate an annual Mexican-themed Christmas tree for the library's Christmas Around the World exhibit. Madam Speaker, our nation's success is relying upon the rich heritage and cultural diversity of its people, including the extraordinary contributions of citizens such as Jesse and Rose Marie Gomez. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back his time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks as necessary.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Crisis after crisis after crisis. We now know that over 2.1 million people have illegally entered this country this year. That's 1.7 million who have been apprehended, the highest number ever on record, and 400,000 additional gotaways that the administration is now owning up to. Yet we know nothing about them. We know nothing about their intents for this country. We know nothing about what they're doing. And more fentanyl has been seized by CBP at our southern border to kill 7 times over every single American. Even as migrant caravans with thousands of migrants march towards our border, this administration continues to mislead and deny that we have a crisis. I'm extremely concerned about who is facilitating these caravans and what organizations are involved in the drug and human trafficking along the way. The blame for this crisis falls squarely on the Biden administration and his open border policies. He has abandoned Texans, and this administration's blatant disregard and incompetence for border security is endangering every single American. And let me again say that the president is abandoning not just Texans, but every
The gentleman's
American.
time has expired.
This administration needs to get back to work, and I urge
gentleman's time
the
has
Democrats
expired.
to come to the table. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Please join me, colleagues, in recognizing the outstanding accomplishments of Wayne Metro Community Action Agency, a service organization based in Wayne County, Michigan, in my district. Today, they celebrate 50 years of assisting southeastern Michigan's most vulnerable populations, a truly remarkable milestone. Wayne Metro staff, organizational leadership's holistic approach to serving our communities translates to exceptional service that has put many families on the path to a better quality of life. Whether it's connecting a resident to emergency housing, helping with utility payments, or financial coaching, Wayne Metro has been a trusted agency for so many of my residents. They are a testament to the trust, they're a testament into the work that they have done. Their reputation as responsive and caring community partner in service has always been one of the main reasons that I work very closely with them. So I want to congratulate Wayne Metro Community Action Agency on 50 years of service and best wishes on many more to come.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purposes the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and the passing with deep roots in the tight-knit community of Waukon, Iowa, a hero, Iowa State Patrol Trooper Ted Benda. On October 14th, Trooper Benda was on duty answering the calls of citizens in Northeast Iowa when he experienced a tragic accident, and he later passed from those injuries on October 20th. This is the devastating loss of a father, a husband, a son, a friend, a mentor, a dedicated public servant who made it his life's mission to keep his community safe in Iowa. And this tragedy is a reminder that brave law enforcement officers often sacrifice for a purpose greater than themselves. So I join all Iowans in mourning the loss of Trooper Benda, and my heart is with his family, his friends, and fellow troopers during this very difficult time. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise to honor the life of U.S. Marine Corps Corporal Hunter Lopez and to urge the Senate to pass H.R. 5142 to give our nation's service members who perished in Afghanistan on August 26, 2021, the recognition they deserve. H.R. 5142 would posthumously award the Congressional Gold Medal, our nation's highest honor, to the 13 heroes in uniform we lost that day, including my constituent, Marine Corporal Hunter Lopez from Indio. Corporal Lopez gave his life to save the lives of others. In fact, just moments before the explosion went off, he had pulled 2 little girls out of the fleeing crowd, preventing them from being crushed and saving their lives. Because of him, 2 children now have a future and the promise of a new life. Many thousands reach safety, and many others have a reason to hope. And because of his efforts and the work of his fellow service members, over 120,000 of our fellow Americans and allies were able to evacuate, and our armed forces completed the largest airlift in human history. We must honor their sacrifice to our nation. We must award them the Congressional Gold Medal. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to address the Heat Your Home tax that Democrats are adding to the partisan reconciliation package during our country's crippling economic crisis. Americans are paying the most for a gallon of gas in 7 years, and now the federal government is warning Americans that their home heating bills could cost 54% more this winter compared to last. This harmful provision authorizes the EPA to assess a $1,500 tax per ton of methane emissions on energy producers, transmission, storage, processors, import and export, and pipelines. As a result, gas prices will continue to skyrocket, heating bills will increase up to $242 per year, and thousands of jobs could be eliminated in the economy. Madam Speaker, Americans will physically feel the effects of Democrats' senseless tax hike when choosing whether they can afford to heat their homes this winter. Instead of addressing our country's energy crisis at hand, Democrats are actively working to make it worse. I urge my colleagues to consider these chilling effects and vote against the Democrats' reckless reconciliation package. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to emphasize how important our actions today are for domestic violence survivors everywhere. Domestic violence is yet another pandemic in this country. In my district, we've seen a rise in domestic violence during the COVID-19 pandemic amongst teenagers. Survivors of domestic violence carry their experiences with them every single day, experiencing fear, chronic stress, self-doubt, depression, and so much more. This emotional trauma can prevent survivors from accessing and maintaining safe housing, employment, and supportive relationships, leading to feelings of isolation that only worsen their mental health. Organizations in my district like Safe Horizon, West Hab, Family Services of Westchester, and the YMCA are a lifeline of support for survivors of domestic violence. And the federal government should support groups on the ground like them doing this important work. I strongly believe that together we can prevent all violence and create a culture of care for one another. This legislation, which will authorize funding for preventative and culturally responsive services, is an essential step toward this vision. I am proud to co-sponsor this bill, and I rise in support of its passage.
Gentleman's time
Thank
has
you, and I
expired.
yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Arizona seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. You know, the Biden administration and Democrats are causing one crisis after another, whether it's the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, whether it's open border policy where caravans are coming here, whether it's increasing gasoline prices at the gas pump, increasing grocery prices, shortage of goods so we can't even get gifts on Christmas. Now the Biden administration and the Democrats want to pass a natural gas tax, which will cause heating prices and electricity to skyrocket. Yet at the same time that he wants to decrease natural gas in America, he's calling on OPEC to increase natural gas so that we can rely on it here in America. This makes absolutely no sense to me. It's as if he wants to hurt everyday Americans. I object to these policies, and I hope that my Democratic colleagues do too. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Members are once again reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the President of the United States. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The federal government needs to stop sticking its nose in places it does not belong. For the past 9 months, the size and scope of the federal government has expanded like a balloon being inflated with helium. Look no further than a provision in the Democrats' budget reconciliation package that allows the IRS to monitor the bank accounts of every American. If you made a deposit or withdrawal of more than $600 cumulatively, the IRS would be the first to know. That's $28 a day, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the American people are fearful of more government control, and I share their fear. America should never find itself standing at socialism's door, and this dangerous provision puts us one step closer to doing so. I yield back.
Woman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
$10,000 a year, an average of $200 a week. Under the Democrats' IRS surveillance plan, that's all you'll need to spend before they require the IRS to collect personal information on your bank transactions. Now let's put that in perspective. According to the USDA, an average family of 4 on a low budget paid roughly $196 per week for groceries in 2019. That's almost enough right there to require your bank to turn over your information. Now, with skyrocketing inflation and the costs getting higher and higher, and what if you pay rent, have a credit card bills, car payment, or need to buy gas that you can drive back and forth to work to support your family? That can easily extend the threshold and probably 5 times over. This proposal is not simply targeting the richest Americans or big corporations. It means the IRS will have the personal information of almost every American with a bank account. This is an invasion of your privacy and a serious cybersecurity risk. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back his time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 716, I call up the bill H.R. 2119 to amend the Family Violence Prevention Services Act, and to make improvements to the bill and to ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 90, H.R. 2119, a bill to amend the Family Violence Prevention and Services Act to make improvements.
Pursuant to House Resolution 716, in lieu of amendment to the nature of a substitute recommended by the chair, substitute committed by the Chair Committee on Education and Labor printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute considering the text of the Rules Committee print 117-15, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of House Report 117-137, is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered as read. The bill as amended is debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Labor or their respective designees. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, will each control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials on H.R. 2119.
Without objection. The gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to urge support for the bipartisan Family Violence Prevention and Services Improvement Act of 2021, introduced by the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. McBath, the gentleman from Alaska, Mr. Young, the gentlelady from Wisconsin, Ms. Moore, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Katko. Before I continue, I want to encourage anyone struggling with intimate partner violence to reach out to the National Domestic Violence Hotline at 1-800-799-SAFE or the Strong Hearts Native Helpline at 1-844-7-NATIVE. It is difficult to overstate the need to address intimate partner violence in this country. Roughly 1 in 4 women and nearly 1 in 10 men have reported experiencing some sort of intimate partner violence. These incidences often cause severe physical injuries that portend even greater consequences, including tragic loss of life. For survivors of violence, emotional trauma and intimate partner violence often lasts long after the physical injuries have healed, triggering lifelong struggles with disease and mental health challenges. For decades, the Family Violence Prevention and Services Act has been a central pillar in our response to domestic violence, authorizing services like shelters and 24-hour domestic violence hotlines. Regrettably, these programs have been technically expired since the end of 2015, and although funding has continued, updates to the law have been long overdue. For example, we know that the COVID-19 pandemic has increased the risk of intimate partner violence and restricted access to critical service for survivors. H.R. 2119 strengthens our fight in this public health crisis by updating the Family Violence Prevention and Services Act in 2 important ways. First, it prioritizes equity by expanding funding to reach communities that have disproportionately high rates of intimate partner violence but have limited access to services. And second, it invests more in prevention so that we can avert physical danger and emotional trauma that survivors experience before it occurs. These updates represent the next steps we must take, not only to support the survivors who need it most, but also to prevent intimate partner violence from harming our communities. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman who reserves the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in opposition to H.R. 2119, Family Violence Prevention and Services Improvement Act. A survey by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, estimated that 1/3 of all men and women are victims of domestic violence at some point in their life. In 2018, approximately 40% of female homicides in North Carolina were related to intimate partner violence. The 2020 statistics aren't any better. COVID-19 and President Biden's failed economic policies have dealt our nation government-mandated restrictions and economic challenges. It appears those negative outcomes have snowballed to exacerbate an even worse fallout. Evidence suggests that in this pandemic environment, stress due to work, school, substance abuse, and financial struggles have added to more violence in the home. Especially hard hit appear to be rural areas where job opportunities can be hard to find. Recent statistics show that domestic violence-related homicides have increased in my home state of North Carolina. Domestic violence in any form is an evil that demands a strong response. That is why in 1984, Congress enacted the Family Violence Prevention and Services Act, FIPSA, which authorizes programs to support victims of domestic violence and their dependents. These programs include grants to support domestic violence shelters and services and a national domestic violence hotline. Additionally, FIPSA funds the CDC's Delta program, which provides funding to state domestic violence coalitions to develop, test, and coordinate local prevention and education programs. Since FIPSA's enactment, Congress has worked in a bipartisan manner to reauthorize the bill. Sadly, Democrats are now using it as a vehicle to push left-wing priorities. This is disappointing. Committee Republicans wanted to support a bipartisan bill. I strongly believe that FIPSA's history of bipartisanship must be continued. However, the Democrat bill before us puts special interest groups ahead of victims of domestic violence. H.R. 21-9 paves the way for taxpayer-supported abortions. Forcing the public to pay for abortions is morally repugnant and should not be allowed to stand in this bill or any bill. Previous reauthorizations of the law included a prohibition preventing reimbursement for health care services, but this bill drops that prohibition. The bill also tramples the rights of faith-based providers by forcing organizations to abandon their sincerely held religious beliefs or give up helping victims through these programs, meaning that fewer victims will be able to access vital services and care. Faith-based providers who offer critical care to survivors of domestic violence should not be obstructed from operating. Additionally, this bill lacks common sense accountability that is needed after years of Congress ignoring this program. We need to know what's going on with the program, and the Republican substitute would ensure we have that information. FIPSA is not an instrument for partisan policies, or it should not be, especially those that threaten religious liberties. That is why Republicans offered an amendment that includes a carefully focused set of reforms that act in the best interest of victims of family violence and the people who serve them. Specifically, it improves current law, ensuring that funds are focused on life-saving, supportive services. Democrats opposed it in committee, and I'm guessing they'll oppose it on the floor. Republicans recognize the importance of supporting survivors of domestic violence. We must understand that dealing with this issue is best done at the local level, and government cannot always provide the answers. Local civic groups and faith-based providers are best positioned to provide aid and deliver it effectively. Congress should support best practices and protect the providers closest to the victims seeking help. Pushing faith-based providers out of this important work, as the Democrat-led bill could do, does nothing to help continue the delivery of locally driven support services for victims of domestic violence. I encourage my colleagues to vote no on H.R. 2119, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves the balance for time. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the lead sponsor of the legislation, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Macbeth.
The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank Chairman Bobby Scott of the Education and Labor Committee and staff, and my colleagues that have joined me on this policy and life-saving legislation for the diligence and the commitment towards keeping Americans safe and saving lives. I rise today in support of the Family Violence Prevention and Services Improvement Act, a long overdue reauthorization of the nation's oldest law providing federal support to survivors of intimate partner violence. Known as FIPSA, this law is the primary source of federal funding for intimate partner violence, prevention, and services, and provides vital services for victims all over the United States. It funds shelters, state domestic violence coalitions, a national domestic violence hotline, and national resource centers that offer technical assistance to service providers. Despite its pivotal role in combating domestic violence, FIPSA has not been reauthorized since 2015. It is far past time that Congress acts to pass a comprehensive reauthorization of this vital law. During this pandemic, we have seen a dramatic rise in the number of cases of family and domestic violence. While attempting to stay safe from the COVID-19 virus that has swept this country, many children and families were forced to face the violence that awaited them inside their own homes and further isolated them from their support systems. Violence in the home can have a tragic and drastic effect on children, stunning their emotional and cognitive growth and affecting their performance in school and their social development. This early trauma can cause long-lasting effects in a person's life and impact their success as adults. We must make sure that our children and their families have the resources they need to prevent domestic violence and abuse. I have seen too many families in my home state of Georgia suffer at the hands of domestic and family violence. We must protect these families and families all across the nation. This legislation has broad bipartisan support within both chambers of Congress and from stakeholders on the front lines of combating domestic violence in America. Our community partners recognize that this legislation is critical to protecting and supporting our families and our children. The reauthorization makes key changes to current law, most importantly, by ensuring equitable access to resources for Native tribes and tribal coalitions, authorizing a tribal domestic violence hotline, authorizing resource centers for Alaska Native and LGBTQ populations, expanding funding for prevention so that every state and coalition receives prevention resources, and authorizing grants for underserved populations and culturally specific services for racial and ethnic minority groups. It helps provide survivors a way up, a way out, and a way forward. Some of my colleagues have argued that the LGBTQ anti-discrimination clause in this legislation will result in discrimination against religious organizations who provide services to victims of domestic violence. This could not be further from the truth. However, I offer here a letter of support from the Catholic Charities of the Archdiocese of Chicago for this very legislation, and I ask unanimous consent that this letter be submitted for the official record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Since coming to Congress, I have focused on protecting the children and families of Georgia and everyone all across this nation, along with children and families throughout the great nation that we all serve here today. Working in close partnership with local, state, and tribal leadership, this bipartisan legislation would reauthorize and expand funding for programs focused on preventing family and domestic violence, while also protecting its survivors. I am so proud of this legislation, and I am hopeful that it is one that we can all support. We must come together to support this law, recognizing that family and domestic violence can affect all Americans, no matter where they come from. Domestic violence and family violence is not a partisan issue.
The gentleman yields an additional 1 minute to the lady from Georgia. 1 minute.
Thank you. Domestic violence is not a partisan issue. Family violence is not a partisan issue. It is a public health crisis. And Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues everywhere, Republicans and Democrats, to support the Family Violence Prevention and Services Improvement Act by voting yes on H.R. 2119. I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman of Virginia reserves the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Person Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 2119. The other side of the aisle claims that this would help families, but instead it would devastate them. The bill would coerce faith-based providers, as the gentlelady from North Carolina has already said, to violate their deeply held beliefs or stop their work altogether. It would redefine the definition of sex, and it inserts gender identity language into U.S. code. And isn't that the objective of this administration, this majority, to force faith-based providers out of business and to redefine sex and to change the identification of gender? My colleagues on the other side claim they want to protect the family, but instead they've chosen to attack the very bedrock of our country, the moral principles and the traditional family that hold our families and communities together. In fact, nearly everything that plagues our society can be attributed to a failure to follow God's laws for morality and His rules for and definition of marriage and family. The very name of this bill is steeped in irony, the Family Violence Protection Act, as it would truly inflict more violence on unborn babies' lives and force taxpayers to fund the murder of unborn life. Again, consistent with the goals and objectives of this administration and this Democrat majority. This would be a bad bill without its attack on the unborn. This would be a bad bill without its dangerous sexual orientation, gender identity provisions, or SOGI. This is a bad bill because it spends over $1 billion more in expansive, intrusive government. Violence is already illegal. We Republicans are against it in all forms. This is a matter for local and state law enforcement, and I urge my colleagues to vote against it, and I will be doing so. Thank you, and I yield back to
the gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves the balance of her time. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Oregon, the chair of the Subcommittee on Civil Rights and Human Services, Ms. Bonamici.
The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 2119, the Bipartisan Family Violence Prevention and Services Improvement Act. As policymakers, we have an obligation to do all we can to address the domestic violence epidemic and to support survivors. In 2021, the annual Domestic Violence Counts report from the National Network to End Domestic Violence found that more than 76,000 adults and children nationwide received potentially life-saving services from emergency shelters and hotlines in one 24-hour period. But tragically, during that same day, more than 11,000 survivors' requests could not be fulfilled because of a lack of resources, and that's unacceptable. We must better fulfill our responsibility to the millions of survivors who carry the trauma of experiencing domestic violence and whose safety and well-being depends on access to these services. There is a clear need to update and strengthen our federal programs to prevent intimate partner violence and better serve survivors. This critical reauthorization includes a much-needed investment to increase funding for the Family Violence and Prevention Services Act, which will help close national resource gaps. Additionally, communities of color, LGBTQ individuals, and people with disabilities face disproportionate rates of intimate partner violence, while too often having limited access to services. And importantly, this bill will make sure that resources do reach culturally specific programs and community-based organizations that are better equipped to serve the needs of survivors who face historic violence and systemic inequities.
As chair of the Civil Rights and Human Services Subcommittee, I was honored to hold a hearing that examined evidence-based solutions to prevent and end domestic violence. Passing this legislation takes a critical step in fulfilling our obligation to eradicate intimate partner violence wherever and whenever it occurs. I thank Congresswoman McBath and Chairman Scott for their leadership in working to update this important legislation to keep individuals and families safe, and I urge all of my colleagues to support the bill. And Madam Speaker, I also ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record letters in support of the bill from the National Resource Center on Domestic Violence and the National Network to End Domestic Violence.
Without objection.
And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield such time as she may consume to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller.
The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Dr. Fox. I cannot, in good conscience, support legislation that opens the door to federal dollars being used to harm our most vulnerable, the unborn. Current law prohibits federal funding from being used to pay for reimbursements for medical services while still allowing domestic violence victims to obtain referrals to have their health care needs met. This prohibition, coupled with the longstanding Hyde Amendment included in annual appropriations, has long been supported by Democrats, including President Biden. This precedent ensures that tax dollars under this law do not pay for abortion services, either directly or indirectly. Sadly, committee Democrats are proposing to strike this prohibition from the law. Along with their public intentions to strike the Hyde Amendment, I am concerned that this bill could lead to taxpayer dollars being used to fund abortion instead. My amendment would have maintained current law and made clear that FIPSA funds cannot be used for abortion services or abortion referrals. This will ensure that even as Democrats make an extreme push to repeal Hyde, these funds will not be used for such services. A Marist poll from earlier this year indicated 58% of Americans oppose taxpayer funding of abortion, or we could say inducement for women to have abortions. We should not force taxpayers to fund services that violate their strongly held beliefs. This amendment ensures that this does not occur. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves the balance of her time. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to a distinguished member of the Committee on Education and Labor, the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Speaker, I'd like to submit into the record a letter of support from Jewish Women International.
Without objection.
I rise today to express my strong support for the reauthorization of the Family Violence Prevention and Services Improvement Act. This act was the first federal law to provide resources for survivors of domestic violence and remains the primary source of funding for shelters. This critical legislation hasn't been reauthorized since 2010, leaving vital programs like crisis counseling and safety planning underfunded and outdated. In North Carolina, a staggering 35% of women and 30% of men experience intimate partner violence or stalking. COVID-19 has only further increased intimate partner violence rates and has put a strain on services survivors urgently need. No individual should have to endure the trauma of domestic violence. We must ensure victims have access to the support and resources necessary for their safety and well-being. We cannot turn our backs on our neighbors in need. During this Domestic Violence Awareness Month, I urge my colleagues to join me in reauthorizing this important act. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois and the ranking member of the Armed Services Committee, Mr. Bost.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentlewoman for yielding. You know, preventing domestic violence and supporting survivors should never be a partisan issue. Unfortunately, this bill makes it one. First, by removing the prohibition on reimbursements for health care services, my colleagues across the aisle would allow the federal funding from this bill to be used to pay for abortion services. Secondly, it includes provisions that will effectively bar faith-based organizations from participating in these domestic violence prevention and survivor support programs. These organizations play a vital, important role in providing support to women, children, and families that are in need. We should be providing survivors with as many lifelines as we can, not alienating care for providers based on their religious beliefs. I urge a no vote on this bill to protect the lives of the unborn and request we revisit a clean reauthorization of this legislation. And I want to thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to a distinguished member of the Committee on Education and Labor, the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Mervyn.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chairman Scott, for this time. Throughout my career, I have witnessed the direct positive impact of programs and shelters such as the St. Jude House in Crown Point, Indiana, and the Haven House in Hammond, Indiana, provide hope and resources for survivors and help prevent and protect against domestic violence. That is why I rise today in strong support of H.R. 2119, the Family Violence Prevention Act and Services Improvement Act. The increase in domestic partner violence is alarming, particularly as many individuals have lost valuable resources to aid them due to the pandemic and are forced to remain in close quarters with their abusers. As an administrator of emergency assistance for 15 years, I remain deeply concerned about the mental, physical, and emotional trauma survivors and their children endure. As one of the most effective federal investments in preventing domestic violence, Congress must pass this measure to reauthorize and improve family violence and prevention service programs. I appreciate the leadership of Chairman Scott, Representative Macbeth, and the Education and Labor Committee, and I encourage my colleagues to support this measure. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Currently, the Secretary of HHS has unimpeded authority to create resource centers under FIPSA that are meant to provide victims of domestic violence with help. Unfortunately, the number of resource centers has grown in recent years without the public's knowledge. A brief look at the websites of these organizations reveals that a number of these centers are using taxpayer money to promote a progressive ideology on gender and sexuality instead of simply supporting victims of domestic violence. Taxpayers deserve to know the mission and purpose of these resource centers and whether they are effective. The Republican substitute requires the Secretary to provide notice to Congress before creating additional resource centers. Additionally, it requires the Government Accounting Office to issue a report on the effectiveness of these resource centers and provide recommendations for improvements on how they can do a better job delivering services to victims. Madam Speaker, money is scarce and getting scarcer, and we need to know that taxpayer dollars are being spent wisely. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves the balance of her time. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to a distinguished member of the Committee on Education and Labor, the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Wild.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the bipartisan Family Violence Prevention and Services Improvement Act of 2021, and quite honestly, it's just mind-boggling to me that anybody could find anything to criticize about this bill. Since it was signed into law 4 decades ago, the Family Violence Prevention and Services Act has remained the main source of federal funding for the domestic violence shelters in which so many of the most vulnerable people in our society find safety. Despite the progress that we have made in this country in acknowledging the scourge of domestic violence, Congress has not provided the necessary resources to keep pace with this crisis. This bill would reauthorize programs that have not been fully funded in more than a decade, since 2010, programs that are a literal lifeline for all those who are facing domestic violence across the country. Domestic violence affects millions of Americans. According to the Centers for Disease Control, around 1 in 5 homicide victims across our nation are killed by an intimate partner, and approximately 1 in every 5 women and 1 in every 7 men in the United States will experience major physical violence from an intimate partner at some point in their lives.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
We must pass this critical legislation.
The gentleman from Virginia
Thank you.
reserves the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, victims of domestic violence should not lose important faith-based assistance simply because bureaucrats in Washington don't share the same beliefs. Our freedom of religion is the #1 freedom outlined in the Bill of Rights, and yet our friends often on the other side of the aisle seem to forget that and want to trample on that right. Faith-based providers have helped victims of domestic violence for years, and they should not be forced to abandon their mission because progressives want to use taxpayer resources to promote a progressive ideology on gender and sexuality. As we learned from our witness at a hearing on this program, sometimes victims need to hear from faith leaders to feel really safe and able to get help. We should not jeopardize that lifeline. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves the balance of her time. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the chair of the Subcommittee on Workforce Protections, the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Adams.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak in strong support of reauthorizing the Family Violence Protection and Services Improvement Act. As a survivor of intimate partner violence, I can tell you that this piece of legislation is so very important. For 37 years, the Bipartisan Family Violence Prevention and Services Act has supported survivors of domestic violence and their children. FISFA helps local governments and service providers prevent violence. It protects families and victims in their most vulnerable moments. This time around, FISFA has strong components of culturally specific programs understanding the sad truth that victims from all communities need support. This reauthorization comes as a critical time for state and local organizations in this space. The COVID-19 pandemic has not only led to an increase in domestic violence, it has also led to budget cuts for many organizations which work to combat violence. Whether it's in the House of Representatives or the house next door or my house, we must also speak out against the harmful effects of violence, especially against women. Let's pass this bill. We will keep working for a future free from domestic violence and intimate partner violence. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia. The gentleman from Virginia.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Newman.
The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chairman Scott, and thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today on behalf of America's survivors of domestic violence, millions of whom live in every corner of this country and every single congressional district represented here today. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to vote to pass the Family Violence Prevention and Services Improvement Act so that we can expand support, expand protection, and
prevention for these survivors. But we must do more. In a recent survey of domestic violence service providers, 90% reported increased demand for mental health services. However, only 12% of respondents said that their program is very prepared to meet the needs of adult survivors with more severe or disabling mental health challenges. We need help with mental health care in this country. I don't think that's a secret to anybody. That's why my amendment would ensure domestic violence coalitions can partner with mental health and substance abuse providers for domestic violence programs. By passing this amendment, we can provide survivors with the mental health support they need and deserve, especially from underserved communities, including racial and ethnic minorities, people with disabilities, and senior youth. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Democrats' bill strikes a current law provision that requires certain grant recipients to provide a non-federal match for the taxpayer dollars they receive under FIPSA. Madam Speaker, I agree with my colleagues who have indicated that funding for domestic violence is not a federal responsibility. It is a state and local responsibility. The 10th Amendment of the Constitution said if the responsibilities were not outlined in the Constitution for the federal government to do, then those responsibilities were left to the states and to the people themselves. However, I'm a realist. The federal government stepped into this space in a bipartisan manner many, many years ago. However, and so taxpayers paying taxes at the federal level have been supporting these programs for a long time. However, it is appropriate that there be a local match for this to show that local people have an interest in these programs and believe they should be supported. Furthermore, Democrats are refusing to acknowledge that we're nearly $30 trillion in debt and going down quickly. Going up in debt quickly, going down the tubes quickly. Their radical taxing and spending spree is intended to create the largest federal government expansion since the New Deal. And frankly, many of them brag about this, which is unbelievable to me. But Republicans are committed to ensuring taxpayer dollars are used efficiently and effectively. That's why the Republican substitute amendment and my amendment ensure the important non-federal match provision under FIPSA remains in place. We need some local skin in the game. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves the balance of her time. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding. Domestic violence diminishes us all, and we all have a role to play to prevent abuse, to save lives, and protect victims, which is why I stand in strong support of my colleague and friend, Congresswoman McBath's Family Violence Prevention and Services Improvement Act. This thoughtful legislation will expand funding for life-saving services, such as emergency shelter, a crisis hotline, counseling, and legal assistance. It is focused on protecting survivors and preventing domestic violence. The need for safe spaces is in desperate demand. This need has only increased with the pandemic. Abusers are now leveraging circumstances to exert new power and control tactics, like withholding information about COVID-19 and preventing access to medical care. Our work must match these uniquely challenging times, and I believe this legislation does just that. Recently, I visited Laurel House, a domestic violence nonprofit organization in my district, and I think of how this bill will support their mission. So I thank Representative McBath. This legislation will save lives, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves her time. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
And still I rise, Madam Speaker, and I thank the chairman, Chairman Scott, for the opportunity to be heard. Madam Speaker, I support this legislation because on any given night or day in 2020, around 11,000 requests for domestic violence services went unmet. And this was due to a lack of resources. We have the resources, they're just not getting to the people. This is what we can do to make a difference in the lives of 11,000 people. I will do what I can. I support the legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll reserve.
And the gentlewoman reserves her time. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a statement of administration policy in support of the legislation.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the Family Violence Prevention Working Group, a coalition of national organizations working on domestic violence issues. Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the chair of the Subcommittee on Crime, Terrorism, and Homeland Security, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman for bringing this outstanding leadership to this issue, and I thank my good friend Congresswoman McBath for her outstanding leadership on helping to reauthorize this very important legislation that really saves lives. In my own district, we lost a heroic Sergeant Preston of the Houston Police Department for one of the most dangerous calls that police get, domestic violence. He was killed. The 11-year-old son was shot, but thank God he survived. What a terrible sense of violence. And so we know that in this program, more than 76,000 people a day are helped. It is important to take note of the fact that in the intimate violence, partnership violence is a crucial element of this legislation. To be able to reauthorize the Family Violence Prevention and Services Improvement Act is to save lives. In addition, it is important to take note of my amendment that has been accepted. Look forward to debating it on the floor, and the $2 million extra that the state of Texas will give. But the most important part of it is the recognition that we will save lives and help to bring families together and to unify the nation around the idea.
The gentlewoman's time is up. The gentleman from Virginia gives the gentlewoman from Texas an additional minute. The gentlewoman is recognized for a minute.
I thank you. As indicated, 76,000 victims of domestic violence are helped, but 11,000 are unable to get help because of funding, the lack of funding. It is important as well to note that on an average, more than 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men in the United States will experience rape, physical violence, and or stalking by an intimate partner. And it's also important to relieve the regulations, the strangulations that were on this bill before, that now opens it up to provide more individuals who are suffering. What we want to do is to end family domestic violence, and what we want to do is to end that intimate partner violence and bring families together, protect children. I thank the gentleman for yielding for me. I am supporting this legislation and believe it's long overdue. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill, I yield myself such time as I make it.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, this bill contains a number of provisions that are well-known poison pills for Republicans. Democrats can't claim this is a bipartisan bill when it takes far-left positions on multiple social issues that are unrelated to FIPS's purposes. This bill was rejected on a party line basis at a committee markup. Democrats ignored the long history of bipartisan reauthorizations and included poison pills and not moving forward, and it included poison pills. The Senate was able to leave politics at the door, and there's no good reason for the House not to do the same. Madam Speaker, the majority of Americans oppose using their hard-earned money to pay for abortions. A mayor's poll conducted earlier this year showed that as many as 58% oppose using tax dollars to fund abortions. We've repeatedly seen Democrats attack the life-saving Hyde Amendment. This, along with the removal of a long-standing prohibition on using FIPSA funding to reimburse for health care services, would risk forcing taxpayers to fund abortions under this program. FIPSA dollars are meant to offer hope and healing to victims of domestic violence, not bring harm to innocent lives. If I understood the gentleman right, he is prepared to close. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consider.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, victims of domestic violence deserve access to the expertise and resources necessary to aid them in their time of crisis, free from political interference. The Democrats' partisan proposal could harm the unborn and obstruct high-quality providers from offering services to domestic violence victims. As I said before, FIPSA should not be an instrument for partisan policies, especially those that threaten religious liberties. Committee Republicans want to continue FIPSA's history of bipartisanship, yet Democrats have upended the previously bipartisan balance between prevention services and support for victims and children at the behest of special interest groups. This is shameful. I encourage my colleagues to vote no on H.R. 2119, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina has yielded back the balance of her time. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have to respond to a comment about the budget. I would point out and remind everyone that since the 1960s, every Democratic president has ended an administration with a better deficit situation than they inherited, without exception, and every Republican administration has ended their administration with a worse deficit situation they inherited, without exception, and the last president was well on his way to fulfilling that trend before the pandemic. This and the Build Back Better and the transportation plans are in the process of being paid for, so they will not be adding to the deficit. But Madam Speaker, each person in this chamber should agree that we must do more to address intimate partner violence in this country. The critical service for survivors under the Family Violence Prevention and Services Act have now expired and have been expired for more than 5 years, are in urgent need of updates. During the pandemic, many survivors have been isolated with their abusers, while the gaps in our response to domestic violence have been exacerbated. This is not the time for Congress to stand by while our communities continue to endure the far-reaching and lifelong impacts of this public health crisis. Now is the time for Congress to take action. As we face new challenges during the pandemic, we must ensure that survivors in our most vulnerable communities have access to support services they need. And we must prioritize effective prevention strategies that stop intimate partner violence from occurring in the first place. Madam Speaker, each of us has the responsibility to do our part to fight against domestic violence. The bill before us is an opportunity to come together and reaffirm our commitment to supporting survivors and preventing all Americans from suffering the devastating consequences of intimate partner violence. I want to thank all of the bipartisan sponsors for their leadership and for their work to pass this urgent legislation. And I urge my colleagues to support the Family Violence Prevention and Services Improvement Act of 2021, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. All time for debate has expired. Each further amendment printed in Part B of House Report 117 through 137, not earlier considered as part of amendments in block pursuant to Section 3 of the House Resolution 116, shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered by only the member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided, and controlled by the proponent and opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before the question is put therefor, shall not be subject to amendment, shall not be subject to demand for division of the question, shall be in order at any time for the chair of the committees on education, labor, or his designee to offer amendments en bloc, considering a further amendments printed in Part B of House Report 117 through 137, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking member of the Committee on Education and Labor or their prospective designee, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 716, I rise to offer amendments en bloc number 1.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
En bloc number 1, consisting of amendments numbered 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, and 8, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-137, offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 116, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, each control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, there are 6 amendments in this en bloc amendment. Mr. Cahaley has offered an amendment which establishes a Native Hawaiian Resource Center on domestic violence. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez has offered an amendment to offer the definition of a child to include any child under 18, including emancipated minors. Mr. Cohen has offered an amendment to clarify grant eligibility for legal aid organizations. Ms. Newman has offered an amendment to clarify that domestic violence coalitions may partner with mental health and substance abuse disorder providers. Ms. Jackson Lee has offered an amendment requiring the GAO study required in the underlying bill to include information on outreach to racial and ethnic minorities. And Ms. Bush has offered an amendment to clarify that domestic violence coalitions can provide training to housing service providers. These amendments make meaningful improvements to the bill. I urge a yes vote on the en bloc number 1 amendments and reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, while many of the amendments offered today by my Democrat colleagues do not make the bill any worse, they fail to correct the significant flaws of the underlying bill. Several amendments offered by Republican members would have improved the bill, but Democrats blocked those amendments from being debated. 2 of those I would like to highlight quickly here. An amendment offered by Congresswoman Mary Miller to ensure FIPSA dollars cannot be used for abortion services or abortion referrals. And an amendment offered by Congresswoman Sparks to ensure taxpayers know the mission and purpose of the resource centers authorized under FIPSA. These amendments are needed to address concerning changes the Democrats make that open the door for taxpayer funding of abortion under FIPSA and also double down on attempts to advance a radical gender ideology through FIPSA's resource centers. The Democrats missed an opportunity to change course, work in a bipartisan fashion, and send the Senate a bill we know could become law. But they've decided to pursue partisan policy over protecting victims. Thankfully, this bill is not heading to the president's desk, and I look forward to working on making further needed improvements so victims can access the help they need from those they trust. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves the balance of her time. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the chair of the Constitution Subcommittee, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the chairman for the time. A heartbreaking statistic of the COVID-19 pandemic has been the increase in domestic and family violence that continues to affect Americans across the country. It's alarmingly gone up. We must do all we can to keep children and families safe throughout this pandemic and at all times. This amendment is part of the en bloc package, and it simply clarifies grant eligibility to include legal aid organizations that provide violence prevention services. There is a direct relationship between legal intervention and a decline in domestic violence. One study found that obtaining a permanent protection order resulted in an 80% reduction in physical violence in the 12 months after initial client contact. Another study found that women represented by legal counsel obtained a protection order 83% of the time. That's 83% when they had legal counsel, while those without legal counsel only received a protection order 32% of the times. In the United States, 1 in 4 women and 1 in 9 men have experienced domestic violence, resulting in tens of millions of Americans experiencing domestic violence in their lifetimes. Legal aid is a critical prevention tool to help limit the damage domestic violence causes. I want to thank Chairman Scott, Legal Services Corporation, National Domestic Violence Hotline, all the domestic violence prevention organizations for the support of inclusion in this amendment and the vital work that they do. Risha Butler on my staff, Kevin on my staff, and all the other members of my staff. And I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and the overall bill. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll reserve.
She reserves her time. The gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, the chair of the Subcommittee on Crime, Terrorism, and Homeland Security, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman for Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Let me thank the gentleman very much. And again, let me thank my colleague, Congresswoman McBath, a member of the Ed and Labor and member of the Judiciary Committee. I rise to support my amendment and all of the other amendments, which in particular, my amendment provides an outreach that I think is extremely crucial to providing an outreach to populations that have been unnecessarily victims of domestic violence. I do want to again emphasize the issue of Sergeant Preston, who died in the course of a police encounter with a domestic abuser with a gun. And to emphasize that an average of 24 people per minute are victims of rape, physical violence, or stalking by an intimate partner in the United States. More than 12 million women and men over the course of a year. Nearly 3 in 10 women, 29%, and 1 in 10 men in the U.S. have experienced physical violence and or stalking. This reauthorization is long overdue. Just under 15% of women, 14.8%, 4% of men in the U.S. have been injured as a result of intimate partner violence that included rape, physical violence, and stalking by an intimate partner. More importantly, how many of them have been killed? In my own district, we had a circumstance of a domestic violence incident where the woman was killed in the bed, and laying next to her was her newborn infant. The stories are without comparison. And when you talk to women's shelters, the great need that they have in the funding that is going to come from this particular effort, $2 million to the state of Texas alone. And the effort that is most important is vulnerable women, women of color, Native Americans. The tribal dollars that are in here are crucial as well. In the Violence Against Women Act, I hope that we will see its passage in the Senate, along with the reauthorizing of the Family Violence Prevention Act as well, because we too address the question of tribal women or tribal circumstances, which is an unrealistic.
Virginia yields the gentlewoman from Texas an additional minute.
Which is also, I thank the gentleman very much, which is also an enormously difficult circumstance to be engaged in the abuse of the tribal areas and the utilization of vicious acts and then coming out and not being prosecuted is really unseemly. But this is going to be intervention. This is going to be saving lives. And I would just offer, as I close, a comment on who we should expand this to. The LGBTQ community, transgender, individuals who have to deal with the remnants of a rape. And that is, of course, a pregnancy that my state, the state of Texas, has now violated all human dignity with their abortion bill that not only stops women from engaging with their faith leader, their family member, and their doctor, but it also stalks women and sends people out for a bounty and get $10,000. So this is the kind of uplifting legislation, reauthorization after 10 years, that is going to address the question of women who are desperately in need and also protect law enforcement officers as well.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
15 seconds.
An additional 30 seconds.
The gentleman yields the gentlewoman from Texas an additional 30 seconds.
I thank you so very much. This is also going to protect law enforcement officers as well. In tribute and memory to Sergeant Preston, a veteran of the HPD, the idea of being able to go and help and come back with your own life and protect those who are being victimized, the less we have of that and the more intervention that we have, the more we can save lives. So I want to claim that this particular legislation is life-saving. I ask my colleagues to support the Jackson-Lee Amendment, which is in essence attempting to get more resources, more information, and do the support the Family Violence and Prevention Services Improvement Act. With that, I thank the gentleman and I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
These amendments included in the en bloc amendment make meaningful improvements to the bill. I urge a yes vote on en bloc number 1, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, again, these amendments do not make any further harm to the programs, but they also do not cure the flaws in the bill before us today. I do not oppose this en bloc, but urge my colleagues to oppose the underlying bill. And with that, I yield back.
Pursuant to House Resolution 116, the previous question is ordered on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott. The question is on the amendments en bloc. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. And without objection, the motion to reconsider. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 716, I rise to offer amendments en bloc number 2.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
En bloc number 2, consisting of amendments numbered 3 and 7, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-137, offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 116, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, will each control 10 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Madam Speaker, I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves his time. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Madam Speaker, the Family Violence Prevention Services Act provides critical services to victims of domestic violence, and faith-based organizations are some of the leading providers of these services. Unfortunately, the Democrats' bill would change that by adding extreme provisions that stray from FIPS's important purposes and could limit participation of the important faith-based providers. The substitute amendment offered by Congresswoman Letlow ensures that faith-based providers don't have to choose between their beliefs for continuing to deliver the vital services and care that help protect victims. Congresswoman Letlow's amendment also brings much-needed accountability to FIPSA. The law currently authorizes the Secretary to create domestic violence resource centers, but these resources centers have been used to push a radical gender ideology rather than help victims of domestic violence. That is why the substitute amendment requires the Secretary to provide notice to Congress before creating additional resource centers. Further, it requires the Government Accountability Office to issue a report on the effectiveness of these resource centers and provide recommendations for improvements on how they can do a better job for delivering services to victims. It's been too long since Congress has exercised effective oversight of this program, and it's time to change that. Beginning with the provisions in Congresswoman Letlow's amendment, this law will finally have some real accountability metrics. The Democrats' bill also strikes a current law provision that requires certain grant recipients to obtain funding from sources outside the federal government, so federal taxpayers are not on the hook for providing all of the funding. While Republicans are committed to ensuring taxpayer dollars are used efficiently and effectively, Democrats refuse to acknowledge that we're nearly $30 trillion in debt. Their radical taxing and spending spree is intended to create the largest federal government expansion since the New Deal. And this bill is the latest attempt by the Democrats to create further reliance on government, pushing out private sector involvement in these critical programs. That's why the amendment I offered ensures the important non-federal match provision under FIPSA remains in place. I urge my colleagues to support these amendments and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, there are two amendments in this en bloc. First, as has been explained, the gentlelady from North Carolina has offered an amendment to reinstate the state match requirement, and the gentlelady from Louisiana, Ms. Letlow, has offered a substitute amendment leaving out the majority of the programming improvements in the bill and adding a problematic provision regarding abortion. These amendments undermine the bipartisan, bicameral progress included in H.R. 2119 and neglect to make any changes or enhancements in FIFSA programs. These en bloc amendments fail to meet the moment. A number of things they do. They halt the creation of a new resource center on disability and domestic violence needed to counter disproportionate rates of intimate partner violence among people with disabilities. It prevents tribal governments from getting the resources they need to combat domestic violence, which occurs at alarming rates in tribal communities. It strikes grants that support survivors from racial and ethnic minority groups. Communities of color face disproportionate rates of domestic violence and sexual assault and often experience barriers to accessing services. And it removes the addition of new prevention grants to ensure prevention funding goes to every state, tribe, territory, despite the fact that currently only 10 states receive funding to do any prevention work, and this amendment maintains that status quo. These amendments would also reinstate state matching requirements, particularly during the ongoing pandemic and economic crisis. This would create significant operational challenges for service providers. For example, nonprofit organizations do not have the benefit of guaranteed funding and may struggle to meet match requirements. Ultimately, this means fewer services available to survivors. The en bloc amendments also include a partisan attack on abortion, undermining the comprehensive reauthorization that can meaningfully improve the lives of survivors of intimate partner violence. These amendments inject needless political controversy into the debate, undermining the hard work we've done to develop a comprehensive reauthorization. Instead of acknowledging the complexities of medical decisions for both women and their providers, abortion opponents use these bills and amendments like these as a distraction. These amendments threaten the progress we've made on the bill, and therefore I urge a no vote on the en bloc number 2 amendments. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Louisiana, Congresswoman Letlow.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Fox. I appreciate your strong leadership of the committee and on this important issue. According to CDC estimates, at least 1 in 3 Americans has experienced sexual violence, physical violence, or stalking by a partner. For decades, Congress has worked in a bipartisan fashion to dedicate resources towards preventing and healing the suffering of these victims. But today, the bill we are considering, H.R. 2119, the Family Violence and Prevention Services Improvement Act, includes several highly concerning provisions. First, this bill opens the door for entities to spend taxpayer dollars on abortions. Secondly, it forces an unnecessary conversation about sexual orientation and gender identity when these issues have never been a part of this bill before and should not be a barrier between people and the services they need. Our focus must be on supporting survivors and those who use these vital resources. That is why my substitute amendment replaces the full text of the bill before us with multiple key provisions to ensure victims of domestic violence and their dependents receive critical assistance to help them in their time of crisis. First, my amendment reauthorizes the current Family Violence Prevention and Service Act, FISPA, for the next 5 years, ensuring that victims of domestic violence get the life-saving supportive services they need. FIPSA was enacted to save innocent lives, not put them in harm's way. That is why my amendment also rejects the change included in the Democrats' proposal that could lead to violence prevention dollars going to support abortion services. The amendment makes clear that federal law should not support abortions. Upholding the sanctity of every human life is of the utmost importance, and it is critical to ensure that no taxpayer dollars pay for abortions. Next, my amendment also protects the ability of faith-based organizations to continue helping victims of domestic violence. Countless religious organizations work tirelessly to help protect victims of domestic violence, but the Democrats' radical abortion agenda risks denying victims access to these providers. Finally, my amendment brings much-needed transparency and federal agency accountability to the programs authorized under this law. Congress should have safeguards in place to ensure that these resources are going to the people who truly need them and not being used to push a hidden agenda without the public's knowledge. The Republican substitute is a carefully crafted set of reforms that puts victims of family violence and the people who serve them first. Furthermore, it is pro-life amendments strongly opposed by Planned Parenthood. I urge my colleagues to reject the other side's bill and instead embrace the common-sense life-saving provisions included in the Republican substitute amendment. Thank you. I yield back to Dr. Fox.
Gentlelady yields back the balance of her time. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time, and I believe I have the right to close. I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm prepared to close also. Madam Speaker, it's critical that we reauthorize FIPSA in a bipartisan manner, free from partisan poison pills. The Democrats' bill fails to do that, but the Republican amendments would set aside politics, ensuring FIPSA continues to offer help to victims of domestic violence. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, again, the amendments including in this en bloc weaken the bill. I urge a no vote on en bloc number 2, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Pursuant to House Resolution 716, the previous question is ordered on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott. The question is on the amendments en bloc. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments, the en bloc amendments are not agreed to. Without objection, the motion to consider is laid. Is that correct? Forgive me. The question is on the amendments en bloc. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. In the opinion of the chair, the en bloc amendments are not agreed to. Without objection, the motion. The gentleman from North Carolina. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
We request a recorded vote in en bloc 2.
Recorded vote. Pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 2119 is postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The amendments
119.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 2119 will now resume. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 90, H.R. 2119, a bill to amend the Family Violence Prevention and Services Act to make improvements.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on amendments on block number 1, printed in Part B of House Report 117-137, offered by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott. The clerk will redesignate the amendments on block.
On block number 1, consisting of amendments numbered 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, and 8, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-137, offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia.
The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Virginia. Members will record their votes by electronic device.
Amendments en bloc.
The House that Mr. Kelly will vote no on en bloc number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
It's the member designated by Mr. Doggett of Texas pursuant to House Resolution 8. I rise to inform the House that Mr. Doggett will vote aye on the amendments in block 1.
I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on the amendments on block 1.
It's on block. On this vote, the yeas are 238, the nays are 189. The amendment en bloc is adopted. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on amendments en bloc number 2, printed in Part B of House Report 117-137, offered by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott. The clerk will redesignate the amendments en bloc.
On block number 2, consisting of amendments numbered 3 and 7, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-137, offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia.
The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Virginia. Members will record their vote by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Doggett of Texas pursuant to House Resolution 8, I rise to inform the House that Mr. Doggett will vote no on the amendments in Block 2.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Kahele, I inform the House that Mr. Kahele will vote no on the amendments on block number 2.
On this vote, gavel. On this vote, the yeas are 175, the nays are 250. The amendments in en bloc number 2 are not adopted. The previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend the Family Violence Prevention and Services Act to make improvements.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered, and members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kelly of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Kelly will vote no on final passage H.R. 2119.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H.R. 2119.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Green of Tennessee pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Representative Green of Tennessee will vote no on H.R. 2119. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Takano of California, home to the largest outdoor amphitheater in the United States, I inform the House that Mr. Takano will vote yes on H.R. 2119.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kinzinger of Illinois, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kinzinger will vote yes on final passage of H.R. 2119.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeFazio of Oregon, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote yes on H.R. 2119.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Luke DeMeyer of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Luke DeMeyer will vote no on H.R. 2119, final passage.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, no, Mr. Liu, I found the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on H.R. 2119. As a member designated by Mr. DeSagne, I inform the House that Mr. DeSagne will vote yes on H.R. 2119.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. G.C. Thompson of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote no on H.R. 2119.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Porter, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on H.R. 2119.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker.
As the member designated by the Honorable Miss Laurie Trahan of Massachusetts and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Ms. Trahan will vote yes on final passage of H.R. 2119, the Family Violence Prevention and Service Improvement Act of 2021, as amended. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Al Lawson, I inform the House that Mr. Al Lawson will vote yes on H.R. 2119.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H.R. 2119.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Butterfield of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Butterfield will vote yes on H.R. 2119.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.R. 2119.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Kahele, I inform the House that Mr. Kahele will vote yes on H.R. 2119.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, I inform the House that Mr. Series will vote yes on H.R. 2119. And as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on H.R. 2119. And as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on H.R. 2119.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I'm the member designated by Mr. Doggett of Texas pursuant to House Resolution 8, and I rise to inform the House that Mr. Doggett will vote aye on H.R. 2119.
And for what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Karnas, I'm informed the House that Mr. Karnas will vote aye on H.R. 2119.
And for what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote yea on H.R. 2119.
On this vote, the yeas are 228 and the nays are 200. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The chair lays before the House the communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam, pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on October 26, 2021 at 2:24 p.m. Appointment, Smithsonian American Women's History Museum Advisory Council. Signed sincerely, Cheryl L. Johnson, Clerk.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to acknowledge the tremendous achievement of the Atlanta Braves and wish them good luck in their first World Series since 1999. The story of the 2021 Braves is one of resiliency. The team lost two of their stars, Ronald Acuna Jr. and Mike Soroka, to injuries early this season. Despite these setbacks, the Braves persevered and won the National League's Eastern Division title for the 4th year in a row. The Braves have been underdogs in each of their playoff series, but thanks to big performances by players such as Eddie Rosario, whose 14 hits against the Dodgers tied the record for the most hits in a single series. Tonight, they will take the field to compete in the World Series. Many of the players on the Braves roster honed their skills in Georgia's 7th District, playing for the Gwinnett Stripers, the Braves' AAA affiliate in Lawrenceville. The 2021 Atlanta Braves embody the never-quit spirit of the state of Georgia, and I wish them good luck as they begin the World Series tonight. My family, staff, and people of Georgia's 7th District are cheering you on. Go Braves. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, Dr. Fauci has forsaken his Hippocratic oath and exchanged it for the mantle of unchecked power. His policies shuttered the U.S. economy, drove our country into financial upheaval, and violated the rights of millions of Americans. In July, he willfully lied to the U.S. Senate about his role in funding gain-of-function research in Wuhan, China. This week, the world was shocked to discover that through an experiment under his watch, sweet beagle puppies had their heads stuffed into crates so that sandflies could slowly strip away the skin from their bones. These defenseless animals were damned to agonize in silence because their vocal cords had been surgically ripped from their throats so that their tormentors could discharge their evil actions without having to hear incessant yapping. Madam Speaker, today I am calling for the creation of a formal commission to investigate the true origin of COVID-19, the role Fauci played in its creation, the false statements he made to members of Congress under oath, and why the hell Americans are funding the torture of puppies in Africa. Americans deserve the truth, and this demon doctor must never be allowed to escape justice. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of every single TPS recipient, DACA recipient, essential workers, and farm workers in this country that have pleaded for this Congress to act, not just today, Madam Speaker, but for the last 35 years. During the pandemic, our nation's undocumented immigrants rose to the occasion. They kept our grocery shelves stocked, packing warehouses running, and cleaning and sanitizing businesses, caring for our families, particularly our seniors, Madam Speaker, and delivered food right to our doorsteps while this country came to a standstill, to a halt. Our praise and lip service are simply not enough. How can we build back better without delivering for those who deliver for us? Literally deliver for us during this pandemic. Building back better means providing real reform for our undocumented neighbors. There are about 5 million undocumented immigrants who risked their lives during the worst pandemic in our history. They risk their lives each and every day. And the countless more that kept this country afloat, like more than 30,000 DACA recipients who stepped up for us and worked on the front lines as physicians, residents, nurses,
The
and
gentleman's time has
paramedics.
expired.
Madam Speaker, let's stand up for immigrants, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Rise to address the House. Unanimous consent for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, Democrats are always looking for a new way to pick your pocket. Their latest scheme, tucked away in their reconciliation bill, is a heat your home tax, just in time for winter. This tax would eliminate almost 90,000 American jobs and increase Americans' heating bills by up to $242 per year. Paying from the heat your home tax will hit Americans who are already suffering from the Biden energy crisis. The national average for a gallon of gasoline reached $3.38 on Monday, the most Americans have paid since Biden was vice president. And the heating home costs are already projected to rise as much as 54% on some of the homes and the households in America. This crisis is driven by bad policies. On Joe Biden's first day in office, he killed 11,000 American jobs by blocking the Keystone Pipeline. Basically, Joe Biden's energy policy is this: you kill the Keystone Pipeline, then you allow Russia a green light to build a pipeline, then you beg OPEC to increase production, and you buy solar panels from China. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to remind my colleagues of the contributions that immigrants have made to our country. I want to direct your attention to the poster next to me. This is Corporal Jose Angel Garibay. He is a dreamer who lived in my district and joined the U.S. Marine Corps. Jose Angel Garibay was the first serviceman from Orange County to be killed in action in Iraq. Jose Angel Garibay was a dreamer who made the ultimate sacrifice for America. And if I may call your attention to a second poster. This is Georgina, a farm worker who has risked her life during the worldwide pandemic to feed our country. Even during droughts and fire season in California, these farm workers still went to work to make sure that our country was fed and America was kept healthy. Georgina has been living and working in my district for 28 years. She is a mother and a breadwinner. People like these two individuals, Georgina and Jose Angel Garibay, have earned the right to American citizenship. I urge my colleagues to continue to fight for a pathway to citizenship for millions of individuals like Georgina and Jose Angel. I yield, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the Equal Health Care for All Act. Federal law protects against discrimination in housing, schooling, and employment. But equitable access to health care remains broadly unprotected, the consequences of which are deadly. For Black women, who are more likely to die during childbirth, for Hispanic individuals who suffer from higher rates of chronic diseases, for LGBTQ individuals who postpone medical treatment for fear of discrimination. For the first time in our nation's history, my bill would make equitable health care a protected civil right. And it will be another important step towards breaking down the barriers of discrimination in our country. I want to thank Dwayne Hall, a community leader and good friend, for his efforts to conceptualize and advance this bill. The importance of those efforts cannot be understated. I thank you and yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address House 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to point out, as part of the result of the over 2 million acres of fire that have happened in California, the next thing that happens is when the winter comes and the rains come, like we're having so much of right now, the deluge of rain now causes, after the forest fires, because of unmanaged forests, the erosion that we're seeing here. This right here example is Highway 70 running through Butte County and Plumas County, and the rock slide you see here is part of the fire scar. And so when we lose all that foliage, you get erosion. And what's erosion mean? Into, in this case, Feather River, on down into Lake Oroville, which is a water source for 25 million people in California. So why is this important? Because we have to do a much better job of managing our federal forests, our federal lands, and we're not doing that. We're not doing speedily enough because we have so much to catch up on, yet every year millions of acres forest land burn. And this is just one of the results here. The lost transportation, but the water quality, it affects so many people, is going to be negatively affected by this lack of action. We need Forest Service to move rapidly towards not only mitigating the fires from this year with erosion, but also managing these lands so we don't have these horrific fires. I go back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask to address the House for 1 minute, please.
Without objection.
I want everybody to know there's breaking news, and you're going to see something exciting on the floor of the House tomorrow. First of all, go Astros. The Big Orange is rolling into Atlanta. And I know the red, white, and blue is in Atlanta, called the Braves, but we are coming in because there's nothing more meteoric than the Astros. And breaking news, we will be on the floor tomorrow with some exciting challenges. Go Astros all the way to the World Series. But I don't mind accepting a challenge. And tomorrow, I think we'll have some folk from Atlanta and Georgia and some folk from Texas and Houston on the floor tomorrow with some breaking news. Go Astros!
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Zeldin, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Madam Speaker, before I begin, I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on the topic of our special order.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, our servicemen and women have sacrificed so much in their courageous fight for our exceptional nation and our freedoms. But unfortunately, when our veterans return home from the battlefield, too often they found that their fight has just begun. My home county in New York, Suffolk, boasts one of the highest concentrations of veterans in the country, and we pride ourselves on our rich history and commitment to serving our nation's veterans. The Department of Veterans Affairs estimates that approximately 20 veterans per day take their own life, oftentimes plagued with post-traumatic stress disorder and traumatic brain injury. One of those servicemen suffering was PFC Joseph Dwyer, an Iraq War veteran from Mount Sinai, New York. As an Army combat medic, PFC Dwyer was the face of the Iraq War. In 2003, this photo next to me was taken of Joe carrying an injured Iraqi child to safety, and it went viral worldwide. Unfortunately, when he came back home to Long Island, he returned with the mental wounds of war. And after years of struggling, he lost his battle with PTSD in 2008. It's important to note that Joe didn't commit suicide. He was seeking temporary relief from his pain, and his last words were, "I don't want to die." Understanding that PFC Dwyer was just one of the many local veterans struggling, I created the PFC Joseph P. Dwyer Veteran Peer Support Program as a New York State Senator in 2012. The Dwyer program is modeled as a peer-to-peer support program for veterans struggling with PTSD and TBI. This model provides a safe, confidential, and educational platform where all veterans are welcome to meet with other veterans in support of each other's successful transition to post-service life, and seeks to build vet-to-vet relationships that enhance positive change. The Dwyer program also incorporates a variety of therapeutic activities such as horse training and fishing that provide for common experiences, learning, and personal growth. Suffolk County served as one of 4 test counties in New York, and since then, with the dedication and hard work of so many exceptional men and women, the program has successfully expanded to more than 25 counties across New York, saving lives and assisting tens of thousands of New York veterans battling PTSD and TBI. The program has been so successful that the New York State budget for fiscal year 22 included a 22% increase in funding for the Dwyer program. The way the program is organized, through providing grants to localities, has allowed each county to customize its individual program to fit individual needs and resources they have available, while running an efficient and effective program. Each county only receives between $100,000 and $300,000 from the state, and what they manage to do with that money is incredible. Its continued track record of success is why I introduced bipartisan legislation, H.R. 1476, the PFC Joseph P. Dwyer Peer Support Program Act, to expand the Dwyer program nationally by authorizing the VA Secretary to make grants available to state and local entities to carry out peer-to-peer mental health programs all across our nation and help ensure that all of our nation's veterans have access to the support they need. This important legislation has earned the support of 14 veteran advocacy organizations, including the American Legion, Military Veterans Advocacy, Blinded Veterans Association, Military Order of the Purple Heart, American Ex-Prisoners of War, Paralyzed Veterans of America, Catholic War Veterans, New York City Veterans Alliance, Jewish War Veterans, Fleet Reserve Association, Iraq and Afghanistan Veterans of America, Wounded Warrior Project, AMVETS, and American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. It has also been co-sponsored by 36 of my colleagues, both Republicans and Democrats, some of whom we will hear from this evening, about the importance of this legislation and improving the resources and care we provide to our nation's heroes as they make the difficult transition to civilian life. Without further ado, I would like to yield at this time to my colleague, Congressman Jim Costa, who is a leader in this effort, fighting for our veterans, and is a co-sponsor of H.R. 1476.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak in support of Private First Class Joseph P. Dwyer Peer Support Program Act, and want to thank my colleague, Representative Zeldin, for his good work and his efforts on behalf of veterans who serve our country with great honor. Roughly 15 million adults in the United States suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder, otherwise known as PTSD. The Department of Veteran Affairs indicates that between 15 and 30% of the Vietnam veterans have had post-traumatic stress disorder in their lifetime. About 12% of the Desert Storm veterans have had PTSD. And between 11 and 20% of those who served in operations Iraqi Freedom and Enduring Freedom have also sadly been subject to post-traumatic stress disorder in a given year. The statistics are staggering, and sadly, because of PTSD, many veterans have taken their lives. Our servicemen and women sacrifice so much to protect our freedom, and we must do all we can to help them recover and prevent these tragic losses. In 2013, the state of New York, under the leadership of Representative Zeldin and others, established the Dwyer program to support veterans suffering from PTSD and traumatic brain injury, otherwise referred to as TBI, by connecting veterans with other veterans who suffer through similar struggles. Over the years, the program has created a safe, confidential, and educational network for thousands of veterans to support each other on their transition to post-service life, and this is so important. The Veterans Administration has found that one key part to help our veterans is to ensure that they feel connected in their communities and know that they're not alone in their struggles that they face, that they can come back and become a contributing member to their community as they were when they left. Expanding the Dwyer program nationwide, therefore, is crucial to save lives and help our veterans successfully transition to civilian life when they come home. The San Joaquin Valley of California, which I'm honored to represent, is home to nearly over 30,000 veterans. Throughout my time in Congress, veterans and their families have been one of my top priorities. And I've spent 17 years working side by side with the Veterans Administration in assisting veterans, creating a veterans home, expanding veterans health care, providing a whole host of efforts that deal with post-traumatic stress disorder and pending claims for service-connected benefits. And when we support them, we also must never forget about their families, because it's both them and their families. You know, next month, November 11th, we're going to celebrate Veterans Day. And I can't think of a better thing that we could all do than to work on this legislation successfully and say thank you to those who have served our nation. I'm a proud co-sponsor of this bipartisan legislation to provide our veterans the support, the health care, and treatment they have earned and therefore that they deserve. This nationwide expansion is long overdue. I want to congratulate and thank my colleagues for their efforts. We can do more and we must do more. Every veteran counts on us to do our part because they've done theirs. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you so much, Congressman Costa, for your leadership and your advocacy. It is so important that from coast to coast, every veteran in the United States of America knows that there are people in their community who would drop everything in a moment's notice in the middle of the night to provide that love and support to get them through their difficult times. Every veteran should have access to a program like this, and I appreciate your leadership.
No, and I commend you and our colleagues on this effort. It's very important, and it's the right thing to do.
Thank you, sir. Congressman Mike Garcia is another co-sponsor of H.R. 1476. He was a Navy fighter pilot. We're not going to hold that against him. We're getting close here to an Army-Navy game. But what we find is that of different generations serving in different branches, different conflicts, whether it's in peacetime and wartime, we have so many veterans who have stepped up. And Congressman Mike Garcia, he sure has done his part, and it's an honor to serve with him now here in the House. I'd like to yield to Congressman Garcia, co-sponsor of H.R. 1476.
Well, I thank the gentleman from New York and looking forward to perhaps more contested Army-Navy games here in the near term. In our battle against our internal demons, there's nothing more powerful than veterans helping other veterans. Madam Speaker, I rise today to discuss the need to support our veterans battling post-traumatic stress disorder and traumatic brain injuries, otherwise known as TBI. Prior to coming to Congress, I served in the U.S. Navy as an F-18 strike fighter pilot. I served from the age of 18 until the age of 36. And I was honored to fly combat missions during the first 6 months of Operation Iraqi Freedom over the skies of Baghdad, Fallujah, and Tikrit in 2001 in support of our soldiers and Marines on the ground. As a veteran myself, I understand that individuals serving in the military or those who have served often take pride in their ability to compartmentalize things or to compartmentalize events in their minds. This is how we cope. But during my journey, I lost many friends, too many friends, and many of them to suicide because they thought they were able to compartmentalize when in reality they needed the help. When someone makes a decision to leave the military, they often think that going back to the real world will lose their experiences and the memories that terrorize many of us will come off with the uniform, and this simply could not be further from the truth. The memories are always there, weighing on you mentally, physically, and emotionally. This is why it is crucial that we raise awareness for those dealing with PTSD or TBI. The mental toughness taught in the military does not mean staying silent or not reaching out for help. Instead, I believe that receiving help and talking with a professional or a fellow veteran shows resilience. It shows your longing to heal so that you can be a better spouse, you can be a better parent, and a better friend. That's what real toughness looks like. It's abundantly clear that there's a dire need to improve access to the critical mental health resources for our veterans battling PTSD and TBI. This is what H.R. 1476 does. And I commend Representative Zeldin for introducing the bipartisan bill, the PFC Joseph Dwyer Peer Support Program Act, which would establish a peer-to-peer support program for military veterans suffering from PSD and TBI. Private First Class Joseph Dwyer, an Iraq War veteran, is just one example of a life taken too soon because of PTSD acquired during his time of service. There's a bond amongst those who serve that cannot be broken, and this program will create efforts that take into account this bond and this friendship, this kinship, and provides a way for veterans to heal alongside one another. I strongly support this legislation and encourage others to do the same. Our precious warriors deserve our support. Our precious warriors and their families need our support. God bless all those who serve, and I yield back.
Well, thank you, Congressman Garcia. He just said something that really struck with me as he reflects on people he served with who lost their lives due to PTSD. I've actually known more people in the military who have lost their lives due to PTSD than have lost their lives in combat. And when we were deciding whether or not to create a program like this, and we created a Veterans Advisory Panel to design the proposal, one of the members was someone named John Jennings. And right before we had our first meeting, John lost his battle due to PTSD. And we named it the John P. Jennings Veterans Advisory Panel. But these stories for many post 9/11 veterans, and it was called something else in decades and generations past. It seems like each time that there's been a conflict, it's had a different name. So many veterans have been impacted, actually losing more friends due to PTSD than in combat. My colleague from New York, Chris Jacobs, who is a co-sponsor of H.R. 1476, comes from a part of the state that I actually had just visited. They have successful Dwyer models now in his region too, and veterans of all generations and proud veteran supporters all throughout Chris Jacobs' district looking to find ways to tell the story of how the Dwyer program is working for them, and in other areas looking for ways to expand it to go further. And every minute since he's been here, Chris Jacobs has been an outstanding leader for our veteran community. And of course, he's co-sponsoring this legislation because he doesn't waste any opportunity to do everything in his power to help fight for vets. So at this time, I'd like to introduce my friend, turn it over to Congressman Chris Jacobs of New York.
Thank you, Congressman, and thank you for your service and sacrifice to our country. I rise today in support as well of H.R. 1476 to allocate more resources to our Army, or to our American heroes struggling with post-traumatic stress disorder and traumatic brain injury. Mr. Speaker, as we become more aware of mental health, we must ensure that we make every possible effort to help those who served our nation and are now struggling. It is estimated that 11 to 20% of veterans suffer from PTSD, and almost 500,000 veterans have suffered from TBI in the past 20 years. These injuries were incurred protecting our nation and defending our freedoms across numerous wars. Certainly, this conversation surrounding mental health has gained a new national spotlight in the past number of months as veterans witness the chaotic and reckless withdrawal from Afghanistan. My office has received numerous calls from veterans in my district who are deeply disturbed by the events we have witnessed, and many are experiencing new grief and pain. Similarly, it was reported that the Veterans Crisis Hotline saw a recent surge in both texts and calls from veterans struggling with mental health around the nation. There is no greater honor as an act of selflessness than to sign up and serve our nation in the military. We have a moral and sworn obligation to protect those that sacrificed protecting us, and we have an obligation to ensure any veteran can access the resources they need. I proudly co-sponsored the PFC Joseph Dwyer Peer Support Program Act as one solution to this complex problem, and I would say I knew full well how well this program operated as a member of the state Senate, trying to carry on the great work and the creation of Congressman Zeldin when he was in the state Senate. I want to thank him for his leadership on this issue and carrying this forward to the federal level so more areas can benefit from it. Supporting our veterans is a bipartisan issue we can all get behind. There is no room to debate this issue, only room for action to help our American heroes. I urge my colleagues to join me in co-sponsoring 1476, and I urge this body to move efficiently to provide more mental health and brain injury resources to hundreds of thousands of veterans across the nation who desperately need it. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman Jacobs. And as he mentioned, Chris Jacobs was a member of the New York State Senate, and every single year it was a budget battle to get this money in that final budget. And thanks to Chris's efforts working on both sides of the aisle in both the New York State Senate and New York State Assembly, it didn't just continue to get funded, but it expanded. And it's now in his region very successfully. And thank you for being here and for your co-sponsorship. Congressman Madison Cawthorn of North Carolina's 11th District is a member of the House Veterans Affairs Committee. He's a co-sponsor of H.R. 1476, and he's all in on that committee to fight for our veterans, to make sure that the Department of Veterans Affairs is being run as effectively and efficiently as possible. And there's a whole lot of Americans all across this country who know that Madison Cawthorn has their back as a member of this committee. So we're all proud of him, glad he's here in the House with us, and honored to have him as a co-sponsor. Congressman Madison Cawthorn.
My friend, thank you for yielding your time to me. I will say I am proud to be a co-sponsor on this bill. I think it is far past time that Congress start taking the mental health requirements and necessities and needs of our veterans community more seriously. Not only does this mean just sending more money to it, it means thinking outside the box, and I think it's exactly what your bill does. I will tell you, when we start thinking about the debt that our nation owes to this nation's veterans, we realize that the debt can never truly be repaid. But certainly we can make sure that not 23 service members, veterans, are committing suicide every single day. Certainly we can make sure that the telehealth program within the VA is expanded so that people can have easy mental checkups that won't deem them as someone who is mentally unfit. Certainly this means that we can take a proactive manner in making sure that our veterans feel safe and feel as if they can come forward and speak about the mental health issues that they're facing. So many service members are dying. I believe you remarked earlier that one of our members of this committee said that they actually knew more people who had committed suicide since returning home from the battlefield than had actually died on the battlefield. And that is truly heartbreaking. When they come home to America, they should be greeted as our nation's heroes, because that is exactly what they are. It is my honor to co-sponsor this bill. It is my honor to support the mental health needs of our veteran community. And it is my honor to fight for them every single day. My friend, thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Congressman Cawthorn. And I'm not surprised that you're a co-sponsor of this bill, and very eloquently stated the need to think outside the box. And people go for help, and there are some people who just always thought, Congressman Rutherford, that the answer is just provide a medication. And they weren't thinking outside the box. And I remember people are showing up sick to PT, and they go to the infirmary complaining, and they're diagnosing Tylenol codeine. You have a headache, Tylenol codeine. You need knee surgery. Well, here's Tylenol codeine. Whatever it was just all over the base. It was the instinctive response, and I think for a while the Department of Veterans Affairs thought that that's the only answer. And we have a county sheriff who, in many ways, I've looked to him as the sheriff here in the House. He's also a co-sponsor of H.R. 1476. He is someone who knows his purpose here in the House, a principled man, a fighter. His constituents are very lucky to have him in Florida's 4th Congressional District, and he gets it. And that's why he's been all in fighting for veterans every day that he's been here. Congressman John Rutherford.
I thank you very much for the kind words, my good friend from New York. Madam Speaker, I rise today to discuss something that affects far too many of our veterans around the country. Every year in America, thousands of young men and women, they raise their right hand and they take that oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And they take this oath with the full knowledge of the risk associated with military service. They may be shipped off to a dangerous place. They may be required to have courage under fire. And like scores of American heroes who have paid the ultimate sacrifice throughout our history, they may even lay down their lives as well. Madam Speaker, what these men and women did not sign up for is the torment that follows too many after their service is complete. In fact, for some, the toughest battle that they will face comes after they leave the military. Over the last 2 years, Americans have weathered the COVID-19 pandemic. But I tell you, there's another pandemic raging in our veteran community. Every single day, over 20 veterans take their lives. Every single day. Since 9/11, we've lost 4 times as many veterans and active duty service members to suicide than we have to combat. 4 times more to suicide than combat. This pandemic may not get the front page attention in the media, but for those battling PTSD and TBI and other forms of service-connected trauma, it's personal and it's real. We owe not only a debt of gratitude to those who have served, but also a commitment that we are there for them throughout their lives. That's why I'm proud to support the PFC Joseph P. Dwyer Peer Support Program Act, because I know it works. This bipartisan legislation expands a successful, already proven successful, peer-to-peer support program for veterans suffering from PTSD and TBI. This program, as I said, has already been proven to be effective therapy across the state of New York. It's time to bring this to veterans in every corner of the United States to save those lives. I want to thank my good friend Congressman Lee Zeldin for filing this bill, this very important bill. And Madam Speaker, I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill and continue to fight for those who have so bravely fought for us. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman Rutherford. You know, and here in the halls of Congress, you hear millions, billions, trillions get thrown around, big dollar numbers. And what's been so amazing is that a county gets $180,000 and saving countless lives and seeing families staying together and people being able to stay in their jobs and communities stronger. It is so efficient. And that, I think, is one of the keys of the success, because there are people in our communities who want to volunteer their specialties. There's a social worker, a psychologist, a psychiatrist. There's someone who wants to provide food to that barbecue, a venue for a meeting. They want to give back. There are a whole lot of people I come across all the time who say that their only regret in life is that they never served. They wanted to serve and they didn't do it, and that was their biggest regret in life. And they're finding ways to serve. You are stepping up in a huge way. And it's something that I would be excited to see in your congressional district in Florida.
I would too. And I'll tell you, listening to you speak, it reminds me that this is not even just about those service members. We talk about the 20 to 23 number that take their lives every day. But there are thousands of family members and friends who are affected by those deaths. And so this is not only for our service members, it's also for all their families and friends and loved ones.
Yeah.
So thank you for this bill.
We've seen that too. So there's a spouse out there who is seeing their loved one struggling with post-traumatic stress, and they don't know what to do to help. And they're reaching out to the local veteran service office. They're reaching out to their local Dwyer program because they want to help their loved one. They want to keep their marriage together. They don't want everything to fall apart. And the specialty, the expertise here is not just about providing that support and help to the service member. And when one person serves in the military, just like you were a sheriff, one person serves in law enforcement, the whole family serves. Mm-hmm. And you come home with the mental wounds of war, and really, in a way, the whole family is experiencing the mental wounds of war.
I will tell you, it's proven in New York. It's actually proven in Northeast Florida. We have a peer-to-peer program. It's called Firewatch, which has been incredibly successful just recently. It began, and so that's why I was excited to see this bill, because I know from Firewatch, and I know from the results that you all have had in the great state of New York, just how important this is to saving lives. So thank you again.
You got it. Thank you, Congressman Rutherford. And I remember when I first got here to the House, and there was somebody with a National Veteran Service office who was advocating for peer-to-peer support, and I asked this national commander what he had in mind, what he envisioned, what his model was for how to provide peer-to-peer support. And I wasn't trying to ask it as some type of a trick question, a gotcha question, but I realized in his answer he didn't really know. He knew that he was supposed to advocate for peer-to-peer support, but he didn't know exactly what that model was going to look like. And then over the course of these last few years, more of these national veteran service organizations have been looking at what's going on in New York. So now they come to the halls of Congress and they're testifying in front of the Veteran Affairs Committee, and they talk about peer support, and they specifically are citing the Dwyer program as that model. I saw at a place called the Warrior Ranch in Suffolk County, a veteran who is struggling with post-traumatic stress disorder be placed in this area with a wild horse that was just rescued. And he had never interacted with horses before. Within minutes, he had some training as to how to understand what the horse is thinking, how to take charge, realizing that the horse is going to be testing you out a little bit as to who's in charge. And he took charge of that situation, and he immediately developed this bond with this horse. I was speaking to someone who barely survived his own struggle with post-traumatic stress. He's upstate New York, and through a similar program developed a bond with a horse. And it was so strong that the owner of this ranch would allow him to come, if he was having a bad night, in the middle of the night, and spend some time with this horse. And that was how he got through his tough time. And I mean, he's healthy, he's doing great. He's a leader in his community, with the veterans community specifically. And he credits that interaction he had with a horse. Others, it's fly fishing. Others, it's having access to a companion animal. The answer is not just to medicate a person with mental health issues. You need to find other alternative ways to try to assist these men and women in need, and it's not just veterans. Although here we're specifically talking about veterans with the mental wounds of war, a lot of the examples that can be provided of success with the Dwyer program can be replicated for others who are non-veterans who have mental health challenges in this country. The Dwyer program has made a life-saving impact in our state. I've received a few testimonials. Danielle is an Army veteran enrolled in the Suffolk County Dwyer program. She stated, I started the Dwyer program back in April 2020 because the internship program I was in was no longer an option during COVID-19. I was a single mother who was furloughed and attempting graduate school through virtual means, which was extremely taxing on my mental health. The support group grew into a sisterhood of not only emotional and spiritual support, but guidance and education on the resources available to us, and that female veterans must continue to fight for their needs as a special population. I owe everything to this magnetic group for being the positive guidance I needed to continue my service, complete my educational goals, and become employed at an agency that truly cares about veterans' special needs. In Suffolk, that program is led by Thomas Ronayne and Marcel Lease and a number of others. They're all in. They've dedicated their life towards making it a huge success, and they certainly impacted Danielle's life. Also impacted Robert's life. He's a Navy veteran, Suffolk County Dwyer program participant who said, quote, I was struggling with both substance abuse and use and thoughts of self-harm as well as a suicide attempt. This program and those involved helped me battle all this, and I now have over 5 years sober, a family, 2 degrees, and a new career. Roger is a Marine Corps veteran, a Purple Heart recipient, and a Suffolk County Dwyer program participant. He said, quote, you have to be mentally ready to say to yourself, I need something. I need to reach out to somebody, somewhere. Because even though it takes a tremendous amount of courage and dedication to join the military, it takes just as much courage and dedication to be able to express that you have an issue with your life because of your experiences through the military. I'm really happy for the Dwyer program because it gives us the outlet we need, because veterans only relate to other veterans. Judy is from Suffolk County. She said, quote, I'm a psychiatric RN with 33 years clinical experience. During that time, I've treated veterans with PTSD and traumatic brain injury. As these issues are long-term, the problem has always been providing support after hospitalization. There have been no resources in the community until Dwyer came along. Now there's a strong helping hand to support these heroes, but it needs to be expanded to encompass more. Without it, veterans face repeated hospitalizations, resulting in premature and unnecessary deaths. Arthur is a Vietnam veteran from Suffolk County. He said, quote, as a combat vet of the Vietnam War, I can relate to the need for the Dwyer program. When I returned home from Vietnam, there were no support services that I was aware of. I went from my duty station in Vietnam to CONUS in 3 days, no adjustment. I'm not alone, as there are many Vietnam vets that are suffering even today. I believe that not adjusting to civilian life sets back individuals' progress and assimilation back into society. Anthony, I'll give you one last testimonial, and I'd like to be able to introduce my friend Buddy Carter of Georgia. Anthony is a Suffolk County Dwyer program participant. He said, quote, I have personally seen how veterans, myself being a disabled veteran included, show up to a meeting and are provided with food, drinks, and a safe and secure environment to share veteran-related issues with other veterans and receive positive, supportive feedback that significantly improves their quality of life. I'm happy to support this program and be involved in any way possible. Congressman Buddy Carter and I were elected in 2014. He's a friend. He's a great public servant. He has a number of specialties that bring diversity here to our chamber a number of times based off of his civilian experiences in life. He's made letters, requests, legislation, all better, stronger when he's weighed in. He's a co-sponsor of H.R. 1476, and this time I'd like to introduce my friend Congressman Buddy Carter.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, this afternoon I'm pleased to join many of my colleagues to discuss the crucial need to improve access to critical mental health resources for veterans battling post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, and traumatic brain injury, TBI. Georgia's 1st Congressional District, which I have the honor and privilege of representing, has a strong military presence from each branch of the military with 61,000 active duty service members. We are home to 4 major military bases, the Fort Stewart, Hunter Army Airfield, Kings Bay Naval Submarine Base, and Moody Air Force Base. My district is also home to over 50,000 veterans. Approximately 19,000 of these veterans are post-9/11 veterans. 14,000 are Gulf War veterans, 15,000 are Vietnam veterans, 1,800 are Korean veterans, and nearly 200 are World War II veterans. Suicide is a major issue just within Georgia's 1st District, but one across our entire nation as well. The Department of Veteran Affairs reports that an estimated 20 veterans a day commit suicide. Madam Speaker, that is totally unacceptable. 20 service members, 20 veterans a day committing suicide. It's a sad thought that 20 of our veterans and service members are taking their own lives after returning home. Even worse, a recent study released this past summer by the Cost of War Project found that service members and veterans are 4 times more likely to have committed suicide than those who lost their lives in combat. This is an epidemic. An epidemic. We are losing more veterans on our home front than we have fighting the global war on terrorism. It affects not only the veterans suffering from the mental stress, but their families, friends, and loved ones that they leave behind. The Department of Veteran Affairs estimates that 11 to 20% of veterans who deployed in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom and Operation Enduring Freedom will have PTSD in a given year, compared to veterans of Desert Storm in Vietnam who will suffer from PTSD at a rate of 12 and 30%, respectively. As many as 23% of combat veterans who have returned home from Iraq and Afghanistan have come back with a traumatic brain injury. The reason why these statistics are so alarming is the increased risk factors veterans with PTSD and TBI have for committing suicide. Veterans who suffer from PTSD are 4 times more likely to commit suicide than those veterans without PTSD, while veterans with a TBI are twice as likely to commit suicide than those without one. That's why I stand here today with my colleagues and pledge that we work together in passing crucial legislation needed to improve access to critical mental health resources for our veterans. One critical piece of legislation that I was proud to co-sponsor is H.R. 1476, the PFC Joseph P. Dwyer Peer Support Program Act, which has been offered by my friend and colleague, Representative Lee Selden. This bill will expand veteran peer-to-peer support programs nationally and help veterans suffering from PTSD and TBI. It's imperative that veterans receive the care they need and to prevent the ongoing crisis. Over 60% of the veterans that died by suicide in 2018 did not visit the VA in the year of their death or the previous year. Again, over 60% of the veterans that died by suicide in 2018 did not visit the VA in the year of their death or the previous year. While the VA offers different types of treatment for veterans who are battling with PTSD and TBI, we need to ensure that veterans are aware of the programs available to them and remind them that they are not alone. That is also why earlier this month I co-signed a letter led by my friend Representative Dave Joyce to Secretary McDonough. This letter urged the VA to develop a comprehensive plan to connect veterans of the war in Afghanistan and the global war on terrorism to essential VA benefits and services as soon as possible. As I mentioned, Georgia 01 is home to a large military and veteran community. We have several veteran nonprofit organizations who focus on providing peer-to-peer support for veterans who suffer from PTSD. The PFC Joseph P. Dwyer Peer Support Program Act will ensure that all veterans will have access to a safe and confidential veteran peer-to-peer platform. I wholeheartedly believe this will help lower the number of veterans who commit suicide in our country each day. One death is too many. Thank you to my friend from New York for organizing this today. Your efforts are appreciated, they're recognized, and we thank you for that. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Congressman Buddy Carter of Georgia, for being here and for co-sponsoring this bipartisan bill. There are a lot of people on both sides of the aisle who have signed on this effort, and Congressman Carter has the expertise to understand both what's been a long time perceived to be conventional treatment, where doctors would just be subscribing a medication, and the value of thinking outside the box has just saved so many lives. And to be able to bring this program to Georgia, to Florida, to California, all across our entire nation would be enormous. I want to thank all my colleagues who joined me here today in sharing stories of veterans they represent, served with during their time in the military, some of their own experiences. I look forward to continuing to work with each of them to expand and improve access to life-saving mental health resources for our veterans suffering from PTSD and TBI. We are less than 2 months removed from the 20th anniversary of the 9/11 terror attacks, and less than 3 months since the withdrawal from Afghanistan. The tragic events that unfolded in Afghanistan were hard for Americans to watch. Included many Afghanistan vets who were speaking out. And what was interesting to note, and not surprising for many as we were having our individual conversation, especially with the Afghan vets, the calls rose to the Veterans Crisis Line. Online chats with the Crisis Line staff were up almost 40%, and texts to the Crisis Line rose by 98%. For me, my life could be, separated into 2 parts. I'm 41 years old. Half of my life was before September 11, 2001. Half of my life was after September 11th, 2001. But what's so amazing about those who are currently serving, so many of them, and those who are contacting our offices looking for congressional nominations to go to a service academy, all they know is life post-September 11, 2001. They either weren't born yet, or they're just too young to remember. I mean, everyone who's here in this chamber now, every one of us probably vividly remembers exactly where we were on September 11, 2001. And for these people who are signing up right now to think of their whole life is everything that we have seen post 9/11, and they still raise their hand and answer the call, and we have a duty to look out for them in some way to try to give back, because they're willing to give it all up in defense of us. I want to thank all 14 of the veteran service organizations who have stepped up, the national commanders who come here to the halls of Congress to talk about the PFC Joseph Dwyer program. If you go back and look at the American Legion National Commander's testimony from earlier this year in front of the House and Senate VA committees, he was advocating for the Dwyer program to be expanded nationally. It's our duty to give back, to look out for our vets and our veteran families. PFC Joseph Dwyer left behind a young widow, a 2-year-old daughter, a proud family, and forever they should know that this country will never forget Joseph Dwyer's service and sacrifice. We're trying to turn it into as much of a positive as possible. And for anyone who is out there, any veteran in need, there are veteran crisis lines to call. There are online chats. There are ways to reach out in your local community and nationally. Please reach out to your local Department of VA. at the very least, if you don't know of any other opportunities, resources available in your community, there are people who live around the block from you who will drop everything in the middle of the night to help you, as I mentioned earlier. Don't give up. We have your back. We are so grateful for your service to our country. And this is a great world, a great country that is worth fighting to protect and defend, and a life worth living. Thank you to all the co-sponsors, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I come before you with many wonderful colleagues to honor the life and legacy of Richard L. Trumka. Rich was a passionate and steadfast leader who committed himself to bettering the lives of working men and women in every nook and cranny of this country. Like many Made in America stories, Rich Trumka's had humble beginnings. He grew up in southwest Pennsylvania's coal country, the son and grandson of coal miners. He worked the mines himself, and he was able to go to college and then to law school. His talent and his charisma were hard to miss, which I guess helps explain how he came to lead one of our great and historic unions, the United Mine Workers of America, at a very young age. As president of the United Mine Workers, Rich led the iconic Pittston coal strike, a difficult but ultimately successful effort to fight off cuts to health care benefits of workers and their families. As a young activist, this labor struggle made a huge impression on me. I knew Rich for over a quarter century, and I enjoyed working with him in numerous capacities. In 1995, I had the honor of running the field operation of his historic campaign to become Secretary-Treasurer of the AFL-CIO, along with President John Sweeney and Executive Vice President Linda Chavez-Thompson. Their victory was historic because it represented the only insurgent takeover of the AFL-CIO leadership since the American Federation of Labor and the Congress of Industrial Organizations joined to create the AFL-CIO in 1955. And that remains true to this day, 66 years later. Rich brought earthiness and oratory to the ticket, complementing the widely loved but more taciturn President John Sweeney from SEIU. A mine worker from Western Pennsylvania, a service worker from New York City, and a public sector champion in Linda Chavez-Thompson from Texas. They made a perfect combination, and they brought big change to the labor movement in many ways. For the next 11 years, I served as Assistant Director of Organizing at the AFL-CIO, working closely with Rich and seeing his drive through innumerable organizing, legislative, and political campaigns throughout the nation. The picture next to me represents one such effort and one such opportunity for me to help Rich and the other officers carry out their missions. In their campaign to take over the AFL-CIO, they said that they were going to get young people involved in the labor movement in unprecedented ways. And so we created something called Union Summer, and they told me without a whole lot of notice that I had to put it together and lead it. And in fact, we recruited young people from across the nation, had over 3,500 applicants, and put 1,000 young people, which was the commitment they made, and they fulfilled it, 1,000 young people on union organizing and bargaining campaigns throughout this nation. And they were incredibly diverse. Something like 2/3 were women and over half were people of color. And this picture comes from the launch of the Union Summer campaign. And after Union Summer was over, the officers gave me a little framed copy of this picture, and Rich Trumka's comments were classic Trumka. He said, "Levin, you did an outstanding job on this effort, but thank God those kids of yours look like Mary." That was Rich Trumka. Still remember it. You know, it's no secret that Rich was elected to be president of the AFL-CIO in 2009 at a difficult moment for the labor movement. Due to a confluence of many different factors, working men and women faced a string of complex challenges. Becoming the head of the AFL-CIO was no easy task, but Rich was not one to pass up critical fights. Instead, he was able to rely on his character and conviction and his relationships to forge a path of consensus and solidarity among the 57 unions representing 12.5 million members of the AFL-CIO. Regardless of whether he was talking with workers on a factory floor or to the President of the United States in rooms of the White House few people ever see, even on TV, Rich was grounded in his pursuit to improve the material life of all working people and their families. The AFL-CIO was truly made better through his many contributions and his strong leadership. Coming to Congress and working with Mr. Trumka as president of the AFL-CIO was a real highlight for me. I and all who knew him will miss him dearly. I'm grateful to my colleagues for being with me here tonight to pay tribute to Rich and to his remarkable life. At this time, I'd like to yield to the chairman of the House Committee on Education and Labor, Bobby Scott of Virginia. Bobby?
Thank you. And Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the gentleman from Michigan for his hard work on the Education and Labor Committee and for his strong support for working men and women in Michigan and across the country. And I rise today in honor of Richard Trumka, the late AFL-CIO president and one of the nation's fiercest and most effective champions for workers and their families. As a former coal miner and leader of the storied United Mine Workers of America, Richard Trumka deeply understood the power of the labor movement and the importance of defending workers' rights to organize. His commitment to improving the lives of workers and their families never waned and has inspired countless people from all walks of life. To honor Mr. Trumka's legacy, I remain committed to champion legislation that supports hard-working Americans and strengthening their rights in the workplace. To that end, the House has twice passed the Protecting the Right to Organize Act. Our nation's labor unions are critical to rebuilding the middle class in America, but decades of anti-union attacks have eroded workers' basic rights to organize and negotiate for better wages, benefits, and working conditions. Among other things, this legislation would ensure effective sanctions for those who violate the law by retaliating against those who exercise their legal rights, requiring workers whose rights have been violated to be temporarily reinstated while their cases are pending. The bill would lift restrictions on workers' First Amendment rights to engage in boycotts and strikes and ensure workers can win a first contract if they vote to support a union. It is a fitting tribute that the PRO Act will be named after him. The next most important step to honor his legacy is for the Senate to pass this historic legislation, and I look forward to the day when the Richard L. Trumka Protecting the Right to Organize Act is signed into law. But we also have the opportunity to strengthen and protect our workforce through the Build Back Better plan. Notably, the Committee on Education and Labor section of the plan will increase enforcement of labor law and civil rights violations and set meaningful civil monetary penalties for violations of wage and hour, worker safety, and labor laws. The plan also includes a major investment in proven workforce development programs to ensure that Americans can access the training they need to find a rewarding career and earn fair wages. These historic provisions advance Mr. Trumka's vision to ensure that all workers have a good job and the power to determine their wages and working conditions. Even up to his final days, Mr. Trumka was fulfilling that mission, rallying workers across the country and demonstrating the spirit and solidarity that defined his tenure as president of the AFL-CIO. I hope my colleagues in the House and the Senate will join me in honoring Mr. Trumka's legacy by passing both the Richard L. Trumka PRO Act and the Build Back Better Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Michigan for his hard work and dedication, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Scott. And that's really amazing, the idea that the PRO Act would be named for Rich Trumka. It's so fitting, and it's really moving to me as somebody who worked for him for so long. All right, now I'd like to recognize the chairwoman of the Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives, the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Rosa DeLauro.
Let me say a thank you to my colleague, Congressman Levin, for yielding, but for organizing this tribute this evening. And I want to say a thank you to Congressman Bobby Scott and for the honor that we are looking to bestow on Rich Trumka. And I rise tonight to honor Rich Trumka because throughout his life, he never backed down from fighting for workers. The leader of the 12.5 million member American Federation of Labor and Congress of Industrial Organizations. He championed workers every day. He followed in his father's footsteps. He worked in the coal mines of Pennsylvania as his father and his grandfather before him had. He rose to become president of the United Mine Workers and later president of the AFL-CIO with one singular focus: protecting and fighting for the right to organize and to collectively bargain. Earlier in my congressional career, 1996, during one of his many visits to my district, and I can remember poignantly because he sat in my kitchen along with John Wilhelm, head of the hotel restaurant workers, and we were on our way to the People's graduation on the New Haven Green because we were fighting, and he was there to help fight for better contracts for the workers at Yale University. We were told that we wouldn't have very many people that day on the green, and I will just tell you that there were 10,000 strong, led by Rich Trumka, John Wilhelm, and other labor leaders in this country. And they gathered to advocate for new contracts, and he joined that chorus to support their efforts. Together, I had the opportunity to work with him hand in hand to defeat the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement because it would outsource jobs overseas. It would hurt American workers here. And we worked in solidarity to renegotiate the new NAFTA agreement in 2019. And I was proud to be at the center of these fights with Rich and so many more. He once said to me, as we talked about working together on this, he said, "My dear, we are like two coats of paint. We are together," and I will never forget that conversation. And while I've always valued his counsel, it was his friendship that I came to value most. Our shared Italian-American heritage, our commitment to fighting for better working conditions were rooted from the lessons that we learned at our kitchen tables. My mother was a garment worker in the sweatshops in the city of New Haven. He, a mine worker's son, and understood how difficult that life was and what it meant for struggling families and why the unions were the way out and the way for them to get what they earned and what they deserved. Rich Trumka's legacy stretches far and wide. I do not know where we would be without him. Rich's relentless efforts to end unfair trade practices and restore U.S. manufacturing strength made him a tireless advocate for the labor movement in the United States and around the globe, and I was honored to call him a colleague and a dear friend. So, to his family, I say that my thoughts and prayers are with you. To his brothers and sisters of the AFL-CIO, I say solidarity. And to Rich, my dear friend, I say thank you. Thank you for your endless pursuit on behalf of those struggling for justice. Thank you for your counsel, and thank you for your friendship. Now it is our turn to carry on your legacy, a legacy of championing the dignity of all workers. You have shown us the way, and your fight continues in all of us. Solidarity now and solidarity forever. I yield back.
Thank you so much, Rosa. That was really moving. I remember that 1996
on the New Haven Green.
On the New Haven Green. All right, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to a great ally of the working people of this country, the gentleman from New York, Derek Kilmer.
Thank you. You moved me to New York, but I
what from
okay,
Washington? I moved you across the country.
That's all right.
The gentleman from Washington State.
Thank you for yielding. And Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Richard Trumka, a relentless champion for working people. You know, when I heard from labor leaders across the state of Washington following his passing, without exception, they spoke about what a substantial loss his passing was. But in the brief time that I have here to reflect on his life, I want to talk about what a gain it was to have him as a leader in our nation. A gain for folks who, because of his work, can retire with dignity. A gain for workers who, because of his leadership, are safer and better compensated. A gain for every worker who can collectively bargain. In fact, when I spoke to him last, we talked about how important it was to support our federal workers throughout the region I'm proud to represent, the brave public servants that protect our sailors through their work at the shipyard, that prepare our timber sales in the federal forest, that welcome visitors to our national parks, that care for our veterans, that ensure citizens get the services that they need, and that keep us safe. We agreed that we need to do everything we can to have their backs, and throughout his life, he did. I also admire that not only did Mr. Trumka advocate for our workplaces to work better for the American people, he wanted our country and our democracy to work better for working people, advocating to protect access to the ballot box and to get big money out of politics. As president of the AFL-CIO, he proudly represented millions of workers throughout our country and hundreds of thousands of workers in Washington State, shipbuilders and electrical workers, iron workers and letter carriers, machinists and pipe fitters and paper workers and teachers and healthcare workers, and I could go on and on and on. These workers are the heartbeat of our nation, and in honor of his life, we should commit to continuing his legacy, to ensure workers have dignity, to ensure workers have the right to organize so that they can seek fair pay and better benefits and safer working conditions, and to make our democracy work better for all Americans. So, Madam Speaker, my sincere condolences to his family, to his friends, and to every worker and every American who was touched by his life. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize now the gentlewoman from Illinois, Marie Newman, for 2 minutes.
And good to see everyone here tonight. This is a very special evening, although I wish it wasn't happening. I wish we weren't saying goodbye to Rich Trumka. I remember the first time I saw him speak, I thought about, wow, there's a lot of intensity there, a lot of intention, and yeah, you scare me a little bit. So I was very inspired to join a picket line that day. I had been on many picket lines before that, but he delivered his comments and what he intended to do for labor in such a way that made me feel like things were actually possible, that it was possible to make change at an employer. It was possible to make change at a plant. And so specifically, I joined a plant and their picket line, and I didn't know anybody. I just showed up because I thought, wow, this guy is someone that I will follow. I will follow into fire, and I did at least long distance for a long time. And I have to tell you one other thing about Rich. One of the things that is immediately obvious, and I frequently see this in friends of mine that are in the military, he is a servant leader. True and true and through and through. And I think that's the best kind of leader to be. So I learned a lot from him and all of his work, but mostly believe he really inspired the movement to be stronger and more vibrant in the last decade. So we say goodbye to Rich with heavy hearts, but thank him for his amazing work and his ability to inspire. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Now I'd like to yield 2 minutes to one of the co-chairs of the Labor Caucus in the House of Representatives, the gentleman from New York, Tom Suozzi.
Well, thank you very much, Congressman Levin. Thank you so much for doing this. We're so grateful to you for making sure we take this time to stop and honor the great legacy of Rich Trumka. I first came to Congress in 2017, and one of the first things I did was request a meeting with Rich Trumka, and he took me to breakfast. And I've always been a pro-labor person through my time as mayor and county executive of Nassau County. And I talked to him, and he he made it very clear that what he was looking for and what the labor movement is looking for are champions that will be with you no matter what. Not with you on some issues and not on other issues, but with you 100%. And everything he said to me that morning really resonated with me. And I decided from that moment on that I would make it clear that I would be a true friend of labor because of the instruction of Rich Trumpka. You know, the country has changed so much from the time from when he served as president of the United Mine Workers Union in the 1980s. And since the 1980s, we've seen tremendous growth in wealth in America. We've seen the Dow Jones go up 1,900%. We've seen the GDP go up 900%. But workers' wages during that same period of time have gone up less than 20%. So we've created enormous wealth in our country, but we're not sharing it with the men and women who go to work every day. Rich Trumpka has reminded us how important it is that for this great system of capitalism to survive in our country, the best system that's ever been in human history, which has created more wealth, more innovation, lifted more people out of poverty, for it to survive for the long-term future, we have to learn how capitalism and our economic system can share the great production of wealth with the people who go to work every day. Because the American dream is based upon a very simple concept. If I go to work, I'll make enough money. And with that money, I can buy a home, I can educate my children, I can have health insurance, and I can retire one day in security without being scared. Rich Trumpka reminded us of that every day of his life, that we need to recreate the American dream for people in this country, that hard work will be rewarded with sufficient wealth so that you can live the American dream. So my condolences to the Trumpka family. Thank you to my colleague for setting this up. And thank you to Rich Trumpka, a good and faithful servant who has made our country a better place. And let's really honor him by making sure we do everything we can to support the labor movement in this country. I yield back.
Thank you so much. Now I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Ohio, a true champion of workers in this country for decades in this House, the longest serving woman in the history of the House of Representatives, my good friend, Marcy Kaptur.
Thank you, Congressman Levin, so very much, my Great Lakes buddy, for sponsoring this very deserved tribute this evening to Richard Trumpka. It truly is an honor to be here today in fellowship with my colleagues and those who are unyielding in their commitment to creating a better world for the hardworking men and women who build our nation and world forward. No one embodied that devotion more deeply than the man whose life we celebrate here today, Richard Trumpka. For nearly 50 years, President Trumpka was steadfast in his dedication to advancing the dignity and worth of American and guest workers who clock into work every day to earn a living, to provide for themselves and their families, and do the work before them. Each bring about their own version of the American dream. I knew Rich from his earliest days, leading the United Mine Workers of America from 1983 to 1995 as its president, and I was blessed to call him a friend. I well recall when the mine workers conducted a national strike against Peabody Coal in 1993 to achieve better wages and working conditions in this dangerous industry. I always respected him as an ally in the battles against job outsourcing trade agreements like NAFTA, which opened up the chutes for corporations to ship jobs overseas, unleashing a devastation of America's middle class and industrial America, the likes of which we'd never seen before. Having stood alongside him for many of these fights over the years, I witnessed firsthand how global his reach truly was. I recall one convening in particular that he organized with workers from across the world. There I saw how acutely he understood the need for working people to band together across national boundaries in common cause to better working conditions for all. He saw the future. From the coal mines to Congress, workers had no fiercer advocate than when they were attacked
These
by
scenes
special
captured
interests
our
or
nation's attention,
anti-worker
rightfully
lawmakers.
so.
We shall all miss
But
him
unfortunately, the
and
days
his
that followed,
passion
mainstream
immensely.
media's interest
I
in
take heart in the
Afghanistan
knowledge that he left
began to
behind
wane.
a coalition that is
Take a
well
look to see what's
prepared
happening
to
in
take on the challenges
Afghanistan now.
that lie ahead.
See
America's
the
unions are
desolation,
strong as the cause
the
they
death,
pursue
the destruction,
is
the
just.
hunger,
And in his
the
memory,
fear,
let us push forward on the path to building
failure
back
to
better
have
for the
attention on
American
what's going on in
people.
Afghanistan
The working men
must
and
not,
women
should
of
not be
labor
the
are
case.
poised and will
We
distinguish
must
themselves
continue
in
to honor
retooling
those who
our nation
served
for the century ahead.
and who will serve
There
our
be
country
many,
in the future.
many pylons that will be installed.
We should
that will be
consider
done in the
Senate
memory
Bill
of Richard
535, the
Trumka.
Global War
May
on
God
Terrorism
carry
Memorial
him
Location
high
Act.
and give him deserved rest. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you so much. I now want to yield to Rich Trumka's great partner in the House of Representatives, the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi of California.
Thank you very much, Congressman Levin, for organizing this special order for a very, very special person. It's my honor to participate. I know we're a great friend and ally of President Trumka, and he would be so proud that you are leading the way for us this evening. Richard Trumka, that name is synonymous with workers' rights. Richard Trumka, fairness for everyone. Richard Trumka, middle class, with a union label on it. Richard Trumka, fighter for the people. As we are engaged in our negotiations now, I think of Richard every day because he always said, when you get down to the end of the negotiation, that's when you have to be the strongest. Never tire. Never tire. Always, always save the energy for that final negotiation, because sometimes people relax and say, well, let's just get it over with. But Richard Trumka would never adopt that attitude when he was there working for the workers. He was an unsurpassed titan of the labor movement. A third-generation coal miner, he dedicated his life for the right to organize, from his work at the United Mine Workers of America to his decade-long leadership at the AFL-CIO. In everything he did, Richard Trumka was always thinking about the workers. What can we do to give them more certainty in their lives in terms of good pay, jobs, benefits, and working conditions? Richard Trumka was a great patriot, and he fought always to strengthen the middle class, as I said, and lift up those who aspire to it, understanding that the middle class, again, which is the backbone of our democracy, has a union label on it. Richard carried his values into other realms of public policy as he recognized and respected the dignity of all people, whether speaking out against apartheid in South Africa or fighting bigotry and racism at home. Indeed, his leadership transcended any single movement. His courage in speaking truth to power made a difference for millions, and it made him a respected ally in Congress's mission to advance the health, financial security, and well-being of working families. After his passing, many members immediately called for the PRO Act, the cornerstone of Democrats' pro-worker agenda, to be renamed in his honor. Doing so would be a fitting way to pay tribute to this great hero for workers. We did pass the pension bill in the rescue package, and now the PRO Act. While we remain heartbroken over his passing, we take comfort in knowing that Richard's leadership gives a legacy that will inspire countless people for years and generations to come. I know I share the same impression. When we heard that he died, it said, can't be. He's a giant. He's so strong. It can't be. But it was. Again, the legacy that he left is something we will always build on in his memory. May it be a comfort to his wife, Barbara, their loved ones, and the 11 million men and women of the AFL-CIO that so many mourn their loss, are praying for them at this sad time. Richard Trumka, we love you, we miss you. May you rest in peace. Yield back.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for joining us tonight. And I now want to yield 2 minutes to another person like Marcy Kaptur and me, who represents a district full of gritty working class factories and neighborhoods that Rich championed so fiercely. My friend Paul Tonko from New York. Mr. Tonko.
Well, I thank the gentleman for yielding. Thank you, Congressman Levin, for arranging this evening's special order. Today, we honor the remarkable life of Richard Trumka, a person who poured his entire heart and voice and passion into what's right for workers and what's right for union workers. He emboldened that mission and fought with great fierceness in order to achieve. He taught us that anything worth fighting for deserves our efforts beyond belief, and he poured himself passionately into his mission. A fierce champion of the labor movement and fearless proponent of the rights of working people. Rich revolutionized collective bargaining and civil disobedience as a mechanism for meaningful change in our modern era. I was deeply saddened and stunned to learn of his sudden passing back in August. A great friend to so many of us, myself included in my district. We worked together to build strong, enforceable labor standards into the heart of the new NAFTA agreement, which gives American workers a fair shot and level playing field on the global stage. That kind of fight was at the heart of Richard's lifelong work, using unionism as a tool to build a fairer economy, a more just economy, a more robust and competitive economy for our society. We must honor his indelible legacy and deliver the kind of generational change for which he fought day in and day out by creating good-paying union jobs and tackling the climate crisis, racial injustice, and economic injustice that disproportionately hurts working people. My sincerest condolences go out to the entire Trumka family and all of his loved ones. Richard, rest in peace, and I yield back.
Thank you so much, Paul. Now it's my honor to yield to the Majority Leader of the House of Representatives, the gentleman from Maryland, Steny Hoyer.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, who has been a dear friend of mine, as his father was, for a very long period of time. And we share in common a lot of things. But one of those things that we share in common is a great respect for Richard Trumka, a great appreciation for the leadership that Richard Trumka showed, not only in the labor movement, but in our country as a citizen, representing our best values. And we share respect for the labor movement. Richard Trumka, Madam Speaker, walked with the weight of America's workers on his shoulders. But he wore that weight lightly, in one sense, and with a great sense of responsibility in another sense. He carried them with him, always in his mind and in his soul. His life was devoted to the labor movement and to each and every worker who was part of the labor movement. His loss, in my view, is a grievous one for our country, and he leaves behind a legacy for which we can all be grateful. The men and women in labor who have a better wage, a better place to work, and greater security because of Richard Trumka. Thanks to Mr. Trumka, workers across the United States today have stronger representation and safer working conditions. 12.5 million union members and countless others have looked up to him for decades as a force for our positive change, an unrivaled leader in the labor movement. Few people epitomized, Madam Speaker, the ideals of the workers' rights movements, which are also core values of the Democratic Party, in the way Mr. Trumka did. He was a fighter, but he was also a great tactician and strategist. Those, of course, are the determination and attributes that everyone who works hard ought to be able to get ahead, and that working families ought to be able to access opportunities and economic security. From the beginning of his career, first as a coal miner and then as president of the United Mine Workers of America, he was committed to forging closer ties between workers and their union representatives. And he ultimately became president of the AFL-CIO because not only was he committed to doing that, he did it. He accomplished it. He made a difference for workers, for their families, and for America. He knew that union action was the greatest tool available to achieve labor reforms and to make economic security more attainable for workers and their families. As American workers continue to face new challenges as a result of the pandemic, it is essential that policymakers continue to work closely with organized labor and leaders like Richard Trumka. The COVID-19 pandemic has placed so many of our workers and their families in situations dangerous to their health and also to their economic well-being. Now, Madam Speaker, more than ever, workers need champions for their rights, their fair wages, and their fair benefits. And they're missing that champion that called Richard Trumka president. We need to ensure that workers continue to have a strong voice in Congress, and we need to do everything we can to keep them and their families safe and able to access opportunities. Madam Speaker, in his last major speech, Mr. Trumka told the Texas AFL-CIO members that inequality is the greatest threat to democracy. He said this, quote, "Without the right to vote and without the right to organize, there is no democracy." I share that view with Richard Trumka. Our Democratic House majority will not waver in our work to secure both the right to organize and the right to vote. There are really two of the same principle. We look forward to working just as closely with Liz Shuler, I might say, a historic figure in her own right, like our speaker who just spoke a little while ago, the first woman to lead the AFL-CIO. She's worked alongside Richard Trumka for years, helping him realize his goals for the organization in its fight for workers' rights in this country. Richard Trumka's vision for the future was one of dignity and justice for all working Americans. Madam Speaker, we remain committed to that vision and will continue to honor his memory by fighting to realize his dream for all working Americans. God bless you, Richard Trumka, and may God keep your family in the hollow of his hand. I yield back.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hoyer. Madam Speaker, how much time do I have remaining?
The gentleman has 23 minutes remaining.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the better half of the Levin caucus, my brother from California, Mike Levin.
Well, thank you very much to my dear friend from Michigan and to the other half of the unofficial Levin caucus. I rise today in honor of the late Richard Trumka, a fierce fighter for the hardworking men and women of America's labor movement. Rich Trumka dedicated his life to protecting the safety of workers, ensuring the right to organize, and upholding the principle that each and every person is to be treated with dignity and respect in the workplace. For many years, Richard worked with presidents and members of Congress on both sides of the aisle to advance workers' rights. Rich approached legislation with clear intent, passion, and purpose to ensure that no worker was left behind or abandoned. Simply put, Rich Trumka's life was a testament to the amazing power behind organizing and fighting for progress. America's workers are better off thanks to his many years rallying for those without a voice, and I know his legacy will live on in all of us who he inspired. With Richard's legacy in mind, I'm recommitted, as are many of my colleagues, to creating a better America that lifts up working people and promotes a society that treats every person with kindness, dignity, and respect. We now have an extraordinary opportunity right now to honor Richard, not just in words, but in deeds, by creating good-paying union jobs as part of the Build Back Better agenda. Let's get this done for him. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you so much, Mike. And now I have to say that this tribute to our great friend Rich Trumka would not be complete, truly, without hearing from the representative of his home district, his home area in Nemacolin, Pennsylvania, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, my brother, Connor Lamb.
Thank you to my friend from Michigan. This is the mask of the Allegheny Fayette Labor Council, which represents the coal miners that President Trumka loves so well. Before he was the president of the AFL-CIO and an internationally known figure, he was a Western Pennsylvanian. Rich Trumka was a football player, a deer hunter, the member of a great family. And what I respected about him so much is the Western Pennsylvania part of Rich Trumka never went away. It always shone through. I heard him speak one time where he said, you know, one of the problems with our opponents in politics is that they want you to think the economy is just like the weather. It's just something that happens to people, and we might be able to predict it and prepare for it, but there's nothing we can do to change it. And he knew that in parts of the country like ours, in Western Pennsylvania, people had heard versions of that for so long at such high volume with so much corporate money and messaging behind it, that it threatened the basic fabric of our community. The unions built the middle class, not just in America, but particularly in Western Pennsylvania, and that has eroded over time. The benefits and the value of the labor movement have receded in a lot of people's minds. And what, to me, the most Western Pennsylvania thing about President Trumka was that he never gave up on it, because he knew that our people never really accepted the result of the recession of the labor movement, the inequality and injustice that has grown, the way so many of our towns have been hollowed out, and the way people look to the future now, sometimes with cynicism instead of optimism and hope. To me, what he represented was that he really lived out the kind of abstract idea we have that the interests and the struggle of a coal miner can be the same as the interests and struggle of someone who works in home health care or someone who survived a nursing home during the pandemic working for less than $15 an hour. We have a lot of those in Western Pennsylvania now. Healthcare is one of our biggest economic drivers, and those people are not paid well for the risks that they take and the hard back-breaking work that they do. Coal miners know something about that, and I think that the best way we could honor President Trumka is to set aside some of the many differences that we have even within the Democratic family and the Labor family and refocus ourselves on the core economic issues that tie together all of the working and middle class people in this country, and that themselves represent such a powerful force that they really can't be stopped when people unite each other. Thank you, Mr. Levin, for putting this together, and may God protect Richard Trumka.
Thank you so much, Representative Lamb. You know, it's really fitting that we're honoring Rich Trumka during what's come to be called Striketober. This month has seen more workers in motion in more industries across more regions than any time in modern history. We have people in the healthcare industry, nurses on strike. We have miners in Alabama, members of Rich Trumka's home union, the United Mine Workers of America, toughing it out for a better life in their workplace. We have agricultural and industrial workers. We've got workers like those at John Deere, represented by the UAW, striking for better conditions. We had stage and production workers, members of IATSE, go right up to a strike deadline to demand a better and fairer contract. We have food production workers, like those from Kellogg's, a company based in my home state of Michigan. And so, you know, Rich Trumka knew that workers never want to go on strike, but the right to withhold your labor is a sacred right that every worker should possess and should be protected by law. And when he had to lead a strike, he showed that he was up to it in order to get fairness for workers he represented and workers all over this country. I want to also mention, and Leader Hoyer mentioned this, that Rich's passing was so unexpected. A number of people have mentioned this. It was shocking to us because he seemed like such a strong figure. It's hard to imagine him passing from the scene. But I do have to commend the Executive Council, the AFL-CIO, the officers of the AFL-CIO for carrying on. And that's what we do in the labor movement. We carry on the struggle for justice for the workers of this country. And in particular to Liz Shuler, who was chosen by the Executive Council to step up and become president for the remainder of Rich's term. I've known Liz since she was an assistant to the president at IBW back when Ed Hill was president there. She was a really important ally when I was at on the AFL-CIO staff, and she was at IBW staff in those days. And her election as secretary-treasurer, her years of working with Rich Trumka, I didn't know what to do when he passed, in the morning that he passed. So I called Liz, and she was heartbroken. And yet she is just immediately stood up and said, we will not miss a beat. We will fight on for the workers of this country. And I know she'll do a tremendous job in leading. And she's an historic figure, as Steny Hoyer said, the first woman to lead the national labor movement in this country. In terms of Rich himself and his passing and how we should take it, I want to quote the words of one of my favorite union songs called I Dreamed I Saw Joe Hill Last Night, a song about a union leader who was murdered unjustly by the copper bosses. And some of the lyrics say this. So the premise of the song is Joe Hill appears to someone in a dream. And these lyrics say, Joe Hill ain't dead, he says to me. Joe Hill says to me. Joe Hill ain't never died. We're working men, and now I'd add working women. We're working men are out on strike. Joe Hill is at their side. Joe Hill is at their side. From San Diego up to Maine, in every mine and mill, where workers strike and organize, it's there you'll find Joe Hill. It's there you'll find Joe Hill. And Rich Trumka will be there with us in every labor struggle. His spirit, his militancy, his insistence on justice for working people will always be with us. With that, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend, the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer.
Thank you so much, Congressman Levin, for the courtesy of yielding me 2 minutes and for organizing this recognition for Richard Trumka. As has been documented here on the floor this evening, he was truly a giant in terms of organized labor, for social justice, his passion, his energy. But I wanted to just note one item that I thought was really remarkable. As I became chair of the Trade Subcommittee on Ways and Means, Mr. Trumka arranged for me to have lunch with him and a half dozen different leaders of, I'm being called from outer space here, I apologize. With 6 international union presidents talking about the need to be able to have a worker-centered trade policy. And it was a remarkable exchange of ideas and opinions and commitments to work together. And we took a NAFTA agreement that could not pass on the floor of the House and worked together to be able to have a process that was worthy of support. And there was nobody who was more essential to that than Richard Trumka, who was tireless in his efforts to make sure that that legislation moving forward would respect workers' rights, that we would deal with enforcement of labor agreements. They should be worth the paper they were printed on. I'll go to my grave convinced that if we had had that opportunity earlier with the Obama administration, we wouldn't have had some of those concerns. We could have resolved issues of investor state and worker rights. Rich Trumka was tireless in terms of his determination. He was a tough negotiator. He was fair. He was honest. And as I say, reaching out even to a new subcommittee chair, he took the time, brought people together so that we could fashion an area of common cause moving forward. It struck me as the measure of the man, with all the things that was on his plate, that he'd take the time to deal with these important details and be able to expose it to other labor leaders. It's the measure of his leadership, the legacy that he leaves, and we're all fortunate that we've had an opportunity to work with him over the years. He will be missed, but his legacy will linger on. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you so much, Mr. Blumenauer. Now I'd like to yield 2 minutes to another great colleague who knew Mr. Trumka, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer.
Thanks, Josh. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the memory of Richard Trumka, one of the most dedicated champions of labor and working families in our nation's history. Like so many others, I don't have a photo like that Andy has, but I will tell you my moments in time where I got to speak to and visit with a legend were ones that are seared in my memory because he just brought out the best in everyone around him. And the lives he impacted and the people he moved will never be forgotten. We all know that he started his career, Rich, as a union man in the mines in Pennsylvania, like his father and grandfather before him, working his way through college and law school as a miner. After law school, instead of leaving the world he knew behind, Rich decided to use his skills to fight on behalf of it and dedicated the rest of his career to the labor movement, to the hardworking men and women of labor, eventually becoming the president of the largest labor union in the United States of America. He had an unrivaled sense of grit and determination that was paired with a deeply held belief in the dignity of all work and the rights of all workers. It was this combination that led him to spend his whole life fighting to ensure that every American worker had access to the wages, safety, and health care and the finances that they deserve. Rich spent every day pushing to ensure that the American worker could build a good and honorable middle class through life through their own hard work. And you could feel it when you spend time with him, right? Just somebody who cared deeply about the people around him, and then making sure everyone's best days were ahead of him. He was innovative and forward-thinking, constantly working to build an AFL-CIO for the 21st century. In fact, I'd argue the AFL-CIO and the modern labor movement are what they are because of him, because of Mr. Trumka. The hardworking women and men of labor are better off, and our country is better off because of the legacy that he leaves behind. He, in many ways, is irreplaceable, and I know will be deeply missed by so many men and women across our country for so many years to come. We'll never forget him. Madam Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in remembering a great leader, Richard Trumka. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gottheimer. Madam Speaker, I want to end by, in the spirit of Rich Trumka, by thanking my legislative assistant, Mez Araya, for doing an amazing job of organizing this special order, and thanking all the staff who worked the floor of the House of Representatives for doing such an amazing job of keeping this place running. I want to say to Barbara and the whole Trumka family that we are so grateful to you for sharing this person with us, with the Mine Workers Union, with all the unions of the AFL-CIO, and with all the workers of America and of this world. Rich, we love you. You'll be in our hearts forever. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for 30 minutes.
I thank the Speaker, and I appreciate my colleagues' tribute to Mr. Trumka. Whether or not we always agree with every issue, it's always great to see a life that is being honored here on the floor of the House of Representatives. And so I appreciate that, and I appreciate his sentiments about staff and the hard work that staff carries out each and every day here on the floor of the House of Representatives, as well as in each of our offices. So I join the colleague in each of those things. I would note that in the context of supporting workers, supporting the people across this country who are indeed engaging it right now in many respects in saying no and striking and deciding that they're not going to participate. I'd say a lot of that has to do, unfortunately, with the mandates that have been impressed upon workers by the efforts of the President of the United States, President Biden, and an illegal and unconstitutional requirement that employers vaccinate their workers, or those workers might be forced to lose their job. Well, this has very real consequences. We have seen thousands of workers across this country protesting, police members walking out, firefighters walking out, teachers walking out, people in industries and airlines and places across the country walking out, nurses who were serving this country on the front lines during the pandemic last year when we didn't know all that was going on, and now they're being forced to decide to quit because of an unconscionable, illegal, unnecessary, unconstitutional mandate by the President of the United States. The government is forcing its citizens to make these tough choices. I have a friend of mine, a dear friend, who lives in Alabama, and she said to me, I had a long talk with a doctor, and he is not anti-vax by any stretch. He's had this vaccine, but he's concerned. Now I'm concerned. This is my friend, I've been a decade plus living with multiple sclerosis, and I'm not in any way anxious to provoke an immune response by getting the vaccination. But now she's being forced to decide whether or not she can continue to teach. She just wants to teach. And now the university for which she works is saying, you must get vaccinated or you're going to lose your job. Now you say, well, just go seek an accommodation. Well, listen what the geniuses at the university at which she works sent out as their accommodation. To be eligible for possible exception, you must first establish that your refusal to be vaccinated is based upon a sincere belief that it is religious in nature. A refusal to be vaccinated does not qualify for an exception if it is based upon personal preference, concerns about the possible effects of the vaccine. I want to pause for a second. Concerns about the possible effects of the vaccine does not qualify for an exception. Yet my friend, who may now seek a religious exception because she has religious concerns about it, but she also has very real concerns as an MS survivor, someone dealing and living with MS. She's having to make a call about what's in her interest. Mother of 3 children. 2 of her children have had issues and reactions arguably attached to different vaccinations in the past. And never before in the history of the United States of America has the federal government gone out and issued an edict from Washington demanding that the American people get vaccinated. Think about that. Never before in our history. It hasn't happened. Yes, it can happen in our military, although we should be careful about it. Nobody should get dishonorably discharged. Nobody should get discharged. It's happened at places where the federal government has a direct impact on the employment of an individual. But all of these decisions have been left to local and state governments, local schools, local hospitals. But no, President Biden, in his infinite wisdom, such as that may be, has suggested now, by mandate, that everybody get vaccinated. And every business must vaccinate their employees. The fact of the matter is, we are now almost 600 days into the 15 days to slow the spread. The government lying to its citizens, continuing to move the goalposts of normalcy, moving further away. Now the president wants a 97% vaccination rate, which he completely made up and pulled out of air, which is pretty much the definition of his entire incompetent, absurd presidency. The government of this country derives its just powers from the governed. The government of this country derives its power from the consent of the governed. And thankfully, brave Americans across this country are standing up every day and telling this president to pound sand. They happen to be using a different colloquialism. Southwest Airlines pilots spoke out and they just scrapped a plan to put unvaccinated employees out of work. In-N-Out Burger, quote, "We refuse to become the vaccination police for any government. God bless them. Go get an In-N-Out Burger." General Electric employees in Greenville, South Carolina walk out over a vaccine mandate. A New York hospital will stop delivering babies as workers quit over a vaccine mandate. 1,900 Washington State employees quit, fired over a vaccine mandate. Trooper tells Governor Inslee in Washington to kiss my fill in the blank in final sign-off before vaccine mandate. Seattle first responders, parents in California protest student vaccine mandates. Vaccine opponents protest outside Stormont Vale following hospital's shot requirement. And a Wyoming teenager arrested after refusing to wear a mask on school grounds, family says. Well, God bless these individuals across this country who are telling this president to pound sand and telling any governor or any member of the government in their state or local community exercising tyranny over their freedom as Americans to make the choices that they think is correct in their lives to pound sand. But why are we in this position, Madam Speaker, as I sit here with raptured attention from all of the members of Congress who are in here having a robust debate about the future of our country, as opposed to being out, say, having steak dinners with whoever the heck they're having dinners with in this town? Why are we in this position? Why are we here? Last week, we discovered with very clear terms that Dr. Fauci misled Americans during questioning from Rand Paul in 2 different Health Committee hearings. Dr. Fauci said on May 11, 2021, quote, "With all due respect, you are entirely and completely incorrect," speaking to Dr. Paul, "that the NIH has not ever and does not now fund gain-of-function research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology." And later, quote, "I will repeat again, the NIH and the NIAID categorically has not funded gain-of-function research to be conducted in the Wuhan Institute of Virology." In the July 11, 2021 hearing, Fauci said, "Senator Paul, I have never lied before the Congress, and I do not retract that statement. This paper that you are referring to was judged by qualified staff up and down the chain as not being gain of function." But what do we now know? We know that NIH did, in fact, fund gain-of-function research at the Wuhan lab. EcoHealth Alliance manipulated a coronavirus to generate up to 10,000 times the viral load, violating provisions of its National Institutes of Health contract that forbade unregulated research that could make a disease significantly more dangerous or transmissible. That quote was in the right-wing conspiracy media paper Roll Call. My Republican colleagues in the Oversight Committee received a letter from NIH that confirmed that EcoHealth Alliance, which received money from NIAID, violated the terms of their NIH grant because they made the virus more deadly to humanized mice. In a September letter to me, Dr. Fauci said that because the research at Wuhan was not anticipated to be gain of function, it was approved. But why, then, did the Defense Advanced Research Projects agencies, known in this town as DARPA, reject similar research due to gain of function concerns? The NIH had a definition of gain of function on its webpage, which was available as recently as October 19th, just a couple of days ago, It has now been changed entirely. Why would it be changed? Why would the NIH change their gain of function web pages this week? Could it be that Dr. Fauci was caught last week in his exchange by Dr. Rand Paul, my friend, and the senator? Now, they don't even say gain of function research on the website. They took it off. It now says EPPP research. Now it says, instead of the term gain of function research describes a type of research that modifies a biological agent so that it confers a new or enhanced activity to that agent, it now says, on limited occasions, when justified by compelling public health need and conducted in very high biosecurity laboratories, NIH has supported certain research that may be reasonably anticipated to create transfer or use. Come on. You want to know why the American people don't believe their government? They shouldn't. They shouldn't, Madam Speaker. They shouldn't believe the lies that are coming out of our national health leaders that are endangering the American people, as Dr. Fauci's lies have been doing for the better part of 18 months. Why trust an NIH that is, by definition, not being truthful? Even if Dr. Fauci wants to hide behind the technicalities of the definitions of gain of function, why couldn't he, with an ounce of humility, even an ounce of humility, go before the Senate committee and say, you know what, Senator Paul? I am troubled by how much funding has been going into these research efforts at the Wuhan Institute. You know what, Dr. Paul? I've got concerns because I didn't know for sure what EcoHealth Alliance was doing. But here's the problem with that. An NIH spokesperson told Vanity Fair that Dr. Fauci was, quote, entirely truthful in his statements to Congress. Oh, thank you, NIH spokesperson. And that he did not have the progress report that detailed the controversial research at the time he testified in July. Okay, pause. At this point, I would at least expect the good Dr. Fauci to have the humility to say, hey, this is troubling. I don't know that our research led to COVID-19, but I know that we've been funding now, we've been funding research that is in the zip code of gain of function. DARPA wouldn't even do it. The arrogance of this guy is that he's never going to admit that. He doesn't want to admit that he's wrong. He doesn't want to admit that NIH is neck deep in this stuff. Because it's just straight up arrogance, and that's why the American people have had it, and they don't believe him. And they don't believe NIH. But it goes on further. EcoHealth Alliance appeared to contradict that claim and said in a statement, quote, these data were reported as soon as we were made aware in our year 4 report in April of 2018. Now, let me be clear, as a former federal prosecutor, I don't know the facts. I don't know if EcoHealth presented that data in 2018. We'll look into it. That's my job here. But I can promise you one thing. My Democratic colleagues on the other side of the aisle aren't going to look into it because they don't care. Because this has never been about health. This has never been about the truth. This has always been about power. Well, rather than just focusing on the NIH, why don't we take a minute to focus on the CDC? Another one of these august national health organizations to which we're supposed to bow down and say, please tell me what I must do for my own health and the well-being of my family. After facing backlash for saying the federal government was looking into a vaccine mandate, the CDC director, Walensky, took to Twitter to say there would be no federal vaccine mandate on July 30th, 2021. I guess President Biden didn't get the memo? Oh, it's not a federal vaccine mandate. I'm just saying to businesses, or you're a contractor with the federal government, you must do it if you have over 100 employees. Well, tell all that to my friends and the people around this country that right now are facing the decision of giving up their livelihood and not having a paycheck because they want to make the best decision for themselves or their families. My friend with MS who doesn't want to get a jab, wants to teach, is being said she cannot. because President Biden and the federal government is holding federal contracts over the head of a state university, which is too gutless and cowardly to tell the federal government to pound sand. That state, a southern state, should be absolutely ashamed of itself. That state should be telling the federal government to go straight to you-know-where. The CDC takes an absurd all-or-nothing approach to the vaccine. For example, if a teenager recovers from a COVID-19 infection and is immune, and this teenager receives one vaccine causing hospitalization for myocarditis, the CDC suggests getting a second dose of the vaccine once the heart has recovered. You know what? The CDC director can go straight to hell. If that's my son or daughter, no way. No way. And the CDC should be ashamed of itself for doing this. Absolutely ashamed of itself. And go talk to the parents of those who have died. Go talk to the families of the moms that aren't here. I'm not sitting here suggesting that I know, in my infinite wisdom, what is best for every American in terms of getting a shot. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. But what I am is a congressman and a representative who swore an oath to the Constitution of the United States that I would stand up to secure the blessings of liberty so that every American can make the decision for him or herself as to whether or not they take any medicine. Again, never in the history of the United States have we had a federal mandate from a president who doesn't frankly know east from west come down here and tell us that we've got to take a shot. The CDC refuses to talk about natural immunity. Why? Why will the CDC not talk about natural immunity? In fact, they point to an inconclusive study that prompted the director to say, quote, if you have had COVID-19 before, please still get vaccinated. There are at least 89 studies that affirm natural immunity is effective and long-lasting from a prior infection, yet our public health experts are uninterested. I have to go to studies in Israel. I have to go look at studies in the United Kingdom in order to get facts about natural immunity. Now, why would that be? Surely it's not because anybody's self-interested or financially interested in how much these pharmaceutical companies are making throwing vaccines at every American. A UK Office for National Statistics report published Monday found those who catch the Delta variant are around 71% less likely to test positive again, 4 points higher than double vaccinated individuals. I'm not saying you want to go catch the virus, but if you've had the virus, you may not want to get the vaccine. And yet our scientists who we now know to be less than truthful, refuse to acknowledge the benefits of natural immunity. Now, what about the FDA? Can we trust the FDA? The FDA still has an image of a horse tagged with a web page saying why you should not use ivermectin to treat or prevent COVID-19. Doctors have been denied ivermectin and have not been able to get access to this treatment, which has proven effective, at least to some, in treating COVID. Again, what happened to right to try? What happened to the ability to go to the doctor of your choice? Dr. Pierre Corey conducted an analysis of randomized controlled treatment trials of ivermectin used against COVID and found statistically significant reductions in mortality. Our FDA and CDC are preventing patients from receiving ivermectin. Now, I got a prescription for ivermectin. So did my wife. We each went to go get it filled. And it's not horse medicine. I didn't roll down to Tractor Supply, which I go to often, to go get supplies for the land on which I live. And yes, I've seen the ivermectin in the cabinet at Tractor Supply. No, this was a prescription for pills of ivermectin that we wanted to have on supply in case we thought we needed it. So we go down to get it filled at a pharmacy, CVS, and the first time my wife went down there, they whispered in the back. They said, "Oh, we can't do that. We can't fill that prescription." Oh, well, finally one person came in and overrode and said, "Look, do they have a prescription?" "Okay, yeah. Well, then go ahead and fill it." So they filled the prescription. Then I go down to get the prescription filled that I got a few weeks later, they wouldn't fill it. Went to another pharmaceutical company, another pharmacy, I should say. They wouldn't fill it. Finally went to a third one and we got it filled. Why is that? Why is that? The FDA has delayed Merck's COVID-19 pill likely until 2022. Now, some of my research has shown people out there questioning why we need the Merck pill, and maybe this is just another way to have another pharmaceutical company make a bunch of money on the back of COVID. But I also have a lot of smart doctors that are talking about the Merck pill as a potentially highly beneficial pill. Well, why can't we just all agree to right to try? We're in the middle of a pandemic where people are getting sick, and individuals can't go try this medicine because we're waiting on the FDA and all of its genius to go through every possible scenario despite very positive returns on the initial tests. Molnupiravir was so effective in its phase 3 randomized controlled trial that researchers stopped accepting new participants. No COVID patient who received the drug died, compared with 8 deaths in the placebo group. When a drug shows to work this well, it's considered unethical to continue to give sick subjects a placebo. The government has even pre-purchased 1.7 million treatment courses. The medication doesn't even require refrigeration. It's easy to ship. Yet practicing physicians right now with patients who might die can't give this drug to any sick patient because of regulatory barriers. So we have mandates that you do stuff that may not even help in the slightest bit and may in fact hurt you, mandates, and we have regulatory barriers preventing you from being able to figure out how to go take care of yourselves or your loved ones. Again, I'm not saying whether I think that drug is particularly efficacious or not. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. But what I am is someone who can read, and what I am is someone who believes in freedom, and what I am is someone who believes you should be able to go to the doctor of your choice, make a decision for you and your family with the best information available and a right to try. What about HHS as a whole? Can we trust HHS? After watching all the debacle that has been NIH and Dr. Fauci and gain-of-function research, after watching what we've seen with the CDC and refusal to look at natural immunity, after looking at what we've seen with respect to the FDA and slow-walking drugs and access and hiding and obfuscating those drugs which may be beneficial to people, how about the HHS now limiting the state of Texas' ability to receive monoclonal antibody treatment? I was on a conference call with HHS leadership saying, why are you cutting our supply in half? Monoclonal antibody treatments are working. I said, tell me what? Tell me. Give me the amount that is currently in inventory. Give me the amount that can be produced on a weekly or daily basis by the companies that can manufacture it, and then tell me what you believe the demand is and why you're standing in the way of the orders that we're putting in Texas to try to take care of our folks, or Florida, or any other state. They wouldn't and couldn't answer the question because it wasn't about the math. I pressed them. I asked a second question. Got back in queue on the whatever Zoom call, or I think it was an audio conference call. Got back in, I asked again. They wouldn't answer. Because it wasn't about the math. It wasn't about the numbers. It was about going after Texas and Florida and saying, you're not going to get monoclonal antibody treatments. The week of September 13th, 2021, Texas received 23,640 doses. This week, Texas is receiving 11,400 doses, more than a 51% decrease. There's no reason for the federal government to be standing in the way of a state being able to work with their doctors to meet demand, to save lives. The only reason is the power play of people who are absolutely so arrogantly full of their own views of the world that they want to press them upon the American people, as does Dr. Fauci, as does CDC Director Walensky, as do the leadership at the FDA, HHS generally. These are the health experts, by the way, who also endorse mass house arrests of Americans by locking down. The lockdowns, remember 15 days to slow the spread? What a joke. The lockdowns deteriorated people's mental health and inflicted more damage on women and girls. Among adolescents aged 12 to 17, the average number of visits to an emergency room for suspected suicide attempts was 22% higher during 2020 and 39% higher during the winter of 2021 than the corresponding periods a year before. During the last winter, emergency department visits for suspected suicide attempts were 50% higher. Reporting also shows more than 400,000 fewer child welfare concerns were reported. According to CDC data, overdose deaths killed a record number of Americans in 2020. Almost 100,000 in 2020. Don't get me started on the border. Don't get me started on fentanyl. Don't get me started on the incompetence of an administration that would allow people to get abused in the name of open borders, saying that they're somehow compassionate, while little girls get sold into the sex trafficking trade and fentanyl pours into our communities, into our lives of our loved ones and our young people who are dying by the thousands. Don't get me started about the empowered cartels. Don't get me started about the ranches getting overrun, the people getting abused, the dead bodies of migrants in South Texas. It's all the same thing, and it's all the same power play by a federal government led by a president who wants to give lip service to doing something to help this country while playing woke politics and allowing the American people to get abused and harmed in the process. Just as we've seen unfold in Loudoun County when a little girl, a 9th grader, gets raped in a bathroom. The father, upset, goes to the school board meeting, and in the school board meeting, dares to speak up, and then is dragged down, bloodied, arrested, because he was there to defend his little girl who got raped by a boy wearing a skirt in the bathroom of the high school he sent her to get educated. And then that school board, sweeping this all aside in the name of wokeness and politically correctness, then what do? They ignore it. And then he becomes the poster child for so-called domestic terrorism. And then what happens? Another little girl gets abused by the same boy at a different high school in that district, in Loudoun County, Virginia. Leftist wokeism running our schools, with Virginia Democrats allowing it to happen. Because that's what's happening every single day in the Commonwealth of Virginia, in Loudoun County. This is the state of our country at the moment, bowing down to the altar of woke politics, of the power-hungry, the elite, who think they know what's best for you. The same people who walk in and say, parents don't have a role in the classroom, parents don't have a role in the schools, parents don't have a say of what's going to be decided in the school boards, and nothing could be more un-American, nothing could be undermining the future of this country more than to separate parents from the education of their children. Nothing could do more damage to our country than undermining faith in institutions, because so-called medical professional experts are telling lies, distorting the truth, refusing to be humble, to come forward and say they don't know the answer, or to be honest about what taxpayer dollars are going to fund what kind of research in China. Having the slightest bit of humility to say, maybe we don't know all the answers. Maybe we should allow parents, doctors, families to make decisions that are in the best interest of their children, the best interest of themselves. Madam Speaker, how much time do I have remaining?
The gentleman has 2 minutes remaining.
I think the Speaker. Madam Speaker, we've got to make a decision about what we're going to do to carry this country forward. We've got to decide whether or not we're going to give people information that they can believe in and trust, and make sure that the institutions that are running this country, or that are providing information for this country, can be relied upon. The American people are waking up. The American people are waking up to the lies and the distortions that have been shoved into their faces by the media, by the schools, and by the very people that are supposed to be running our national health care institutions and providing information that you can rely upon. The American people are waking up, and they're taking back their country. And the response shouldn't be, as it was from the Attorney General of the United States, to send the FBI in to go after parents in school boards. The response shouldn't be to sweep aside the concerns of a mom who wants to teach and has MS and doesn't want to get a vaccine and then has to choose and might get fired. That should not be the response of a competent and respectful government. That should not be the response of a government that is limited in power and is supposed to derive its power from the consent of the governed. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 30 minutes.
Thank you. I guess the major topic of the week, and should be the major topic of the week, is the infrastructure bill. Now, it's tempting when talking, the reconciliation bill. It's tempting when talking about the reconciliation bill is to just talk about the huge amount of spending, which is inevitably going to be paid for by the Federal Reserve printing more money and is inevitably going to result in an increase in inflation, be it in housing, be it in food, or be it, in addition to housing and food, be it in energy costs. I hope the American public realizes what's going on and is prepared to pay, at least in the northern part of the country, their heating bills that are going to arrive in December and January or February, because it's going to be a shocker. But I'm a little bit afraid, as we spend so much time focusing on the inevitable inflation, we don't talk enough about the way that the authors of this bill want to permanently change America, I feel, for the worst. First of all, they want a lot more intrusive government. In this bill, we have a provision for hiring over 80,000 IRS agents. In Wisconsin, when I think of 80,000, I think of our big stadiums where the University of Wisconsin plays. I think it's more than you'd fit in the stadium where the Green Bay Packers play. And I think, who would want to hire this many government agents to monitor the American citizens? It's kind of a scary thing. What vision for America do we have here? We just got done, outside of the infrastructure bill, the Biden administration trying to monitor transfers of $600 from account to account. Why would you do that? I mean, I can only imagine we want to monitor what charities you give money to, what politicians you want to give money to. You want to monitor if it's the type of church that maybe isn't favored by the current administration. Now, finally, they knocked that back up to $10,000, but you can see the type of country that this administration wants. At a time when, whether you're in construction, whether you're in manufacturing, whether you're in the service industries, everybody is screaming for more people to work. Not only are we going to take 80,000 people out of the work pool and have them work for the government monitoring their fellow citizens, we have a new civilian climate corps, again, to take people out of the workforce, not have them working for, I guess I'd say, the more productive segments of society, but instead a new program. We have free community college. Now, I'm somebody who's in favor of technical school, as big a fan of technical school as there is. But when you give something away for free, you're in essence telling the 19 and 20-year-olds that you ought to spend time taking this thing for free and maybe do that instead of working. Maybe do that instead of joining the military. Maybe doing that instead of getting a job where the employer trains you to do something or other. It's another shift in the power that the government has in our country. The next area that I think there's going to be a big change is you want to get parents out of their children's lives. I in particularly don't like the idea of having the government care for all 3 and 4-year-olds. Now, first of all, it's not effective. Studies will show that you can teach a 3-year-old to read or a 5-year-old to read, but either way, by the time they're 8 or 9, they're all the same. We do have problems on international test scores with other countries, but the problem isn't that our kids are not doing a good job of learning when they're 4 or 5 going into elementary school. Our test scores compared to other countries are actually very good for 4th graders. It's in middle school that our students fall behind other countries. In other words, it's kind of, we're in worse and worse shape the more time we spend in the schools. But in any event, I don't like the idea of the government taking care of 3 or 4-year-olds. Right now, there are still many stay-at-home parents. And not only that, even when parents don't stay home, a lot of times kids stay with their grandparents or other relatives. This is a big shift in saying the government should take care of the 3 and 4-year-olds. And in part, I think, given what we've seen in the rest of this bill, one of the reasons the government wants to take care of these kids is to instill the government values in those children, which is not something that we want. The next thing about the bill that I think is a shift that we won't like is we started off this session talking a little bit about Black Lives Matter and things they had that they took off their website in which they don't like an old-fashioned family. But right now, most income transfer payments or welfare payments are based on a certain definition of poverty in which it's very difficult to get this money if you are married, particularly if you're married to someone who's got an income. And it seems in this bill, we're going to put more money into programs in which you cannot get that money unless you are not working full-time, and certainly very difficult to get that money if you're married to somebody. So in other words, it's a disincentive to be part of an old-fashioned nuclear family. And I quote here from the Black Lives Matter website that was taken down, "We disrupt the Western prescribed nuclear family structure." So that's not what they want, and therefore it's not surprising that we're putting a lot more money into programs conditioned upon adapting a lifestyle other than the traditional nuclear family. Recently, outside of the bill, President Biden upped the amount of money going into the food stamp program. Now, right now in America, if you looked at the difference between 2006 and 2018, both years in which the economy was going very well, the number of people on food stamps in this country increased by 40%. Okay? I mean, I would think the goal of an anti-poverty program would be to get less people in poverty. But instead, in that 12-year period, a strong economy in 2006, a strong economy in 2018, we have a 40% increase in the number of people on food stamps, which means I think that the people who designed the program is successful by their own measurement. They are getting more and more people not to work full-time, and they are getting more and more people not to live in a traditional nuclear family structure. In this program, there is a lot of money for low-income housing. Low-income housing is one of those programs that, again, it's fine if it's for the elderly and disabled, but of course, otherwise, it's one of these programs that is designed for people living there if they aren't part of a nuclear family. I think it's a mistake to put another program along those lines. And it's very easy to find situations in which people would lose over $20,000 a year if they got married to someone who did have a job. There was an English author that I like to quote, talking about the problem of the welfare system in England. And I think there the system was more expansive than even here in the United States. When he looked at the dysfunction of the British families in the 1990s and early 2000s, he looked at the British system and said there was almost nothing you could do that would deprive you of the right to get free housing, free food, and free medical care. In other words, you could live a completely irresponsible life if you wanted to. And of course, an irresponsible life frequently means being not the best parent. It can mean obviously not working, so being a bad role model in that way, and spending time doing things like drugs and such. In other words, living a lifestyle that is not advisable. But between getting rid of the work requirements for food stamps in this bill, between the massive increases in low-income housing, and I'll point out a lot of times this low-income housing, at least in Wisconsin, is better off than the housing that is not low-income housing as far as rental units are concerned. You are going to further incentivize a certain lifestyle and further discourage the nuclear family. I'll give you the exact numbers here so you can check. In 2006, we had 26 million people on food stamps. In 2019, we had 36 million people. I realize that there are people who go through a tough time. I have no problem helping out people going through a tough time. But when you have a 40% increase in a 13-year period, it's time to step back and look and see whether your programs are accomplishing what you want to accomplish. Maybe if you want more people living the welfare lifestyle, you are getting what you want. The next area that I'd like to look at is what type of vision you have for America as far as future Americans. And here we look at our southern border. Clearly another way in which this administration is even dramatically different than, I would say, the Obama administration. In this bill, first of all, we have a mass amnesty, which, in addition to being wrong, because you are having people who kind of skip the line to come in here ahead of people who are coming here appropriately, is a problem in that you are getting people to come in this country who we do not know what the background is. We want people in this country who are hardworking. We want people who are law-abiding. When you put such a massive carrot out there that you are encouraging people to come into the country regardless of being appropriately vetted, you are going to inevitably make a big step towards destroying America. Another provision, in addition to the mass amnesty in the bill, that I think shows a green light encouraging people from other countries to come here, is they in this bill specifically give free college via Pell Grants to illegal immigrants. I mean, if you want to send the message to people in other countries, we want you to come here by obeying the law, by waiting in line, by filling out the forms, why in the world would you put a program in saying, if you come here illegally, you get free college? But that is another one of the interesting provisions in this bill. And I'll point out one more time, last time I was at the border, you could look at all the identification cards of people coming across strewn on the ground before they checked in with the Border Patrol. Why do people get rid of their identification cards before they check into the Border Patrol? Because they don't want people checking into their background. So to quote President Trump, they're not sending their best. The only thing not in this bill is, miraculously, there's no more money for the Border Patrol. So at a time where we can come up with $3.5 trillion, one of the very few places we need to spend more money in this country, there is no more money for the Border Patrol. The next area that I think shows the type of change that this administration envisions is, again and again and again, we focus on equity. We look at people by where their ancestors came from or that sort of thing. Again and again, whether it's education programs, whether it's security programs, whether it's tuition assistance programs, we're going to keep track of people by race and religion and sexual orientation. We're not going to judge people as individuals. One of the reasons I feel that other countries fail that are based on elections is these countries view elections as contests between different ethnic groups. Whether you read about elections in the Middle East or read about elections in Africa, the elections are contests between different tribes, different ethnic groups. And when you go to the polls, you don't say, how much should we spend on defense, or how much should we spend on transportation, or what should our policy be on pro-life issues. You go in and vote for your tribe. That is clearly the type of America that this administration wants. They want people identified by an ethnic background, and we will decide whether or not you are promoted or get a grant or what have you based on ethnic background. It is a dangerous change in the way America has traditionally been. In America, it was always supposed to be e pluribus unum. but instead we have a new vision, which is a very dangerous vision for America. And quite frankly, if we go down this path, this is another way in which America is going to be ruined. So I want Americans, as they follow what's going on here, to ask themselves, do we really have a problem that we need the government raising a lot more of the children? Do we really have a problem in which we have to dole out benefits based on where your great-great-grandparents live rather than based on individuals? Do we really have to change this country so that everybody can come here from around the world and be given free benefits rather than doing it like we do traditionally, where you get in line, fill out the forms, and we know that the new Americans we're getting are law-abiding and hard-working? And do we really want a new country in which government surveillance is such a bigger part of our fabric? 87,000 new IRS agents poking around, seeing what you're doing in your life. It got beaten back now, but you know it's going to be back in the future, going all the way down to looking at every $600 check and wondering whether you're sending it somewhere that the government would approve. Of course, outside of the bill, we already have the problem we have with our technology websites, in which we already are monitoring what you're permitted to read, monitoring what you're permitted to put on your website. It's a brave new world for America, and the American public had better wake up, because unless you want a fundamentally different America than the America I grew up in any event, you're going to get a very different America unless you fight to keep what we've traditionally had. And I think in addition to the outlandish spending levels in this bill, you ought to be looking exactly where that spending is going. Thank you very much.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until noon tomorrow.